Chapter 28:55. Senior, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and fuse. Lin Xian said anxiously. The situation outside was very urgent. He could no longer contact Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu. They must have encountered danger. He had to leave quickly. All right, the Nine-Sun Sword Saint soul said after consuming those natural treasures. The process of fusion is very difficult. Moreover, it's very painful. It's even more painful than cultivating the Nine-Sun divine body. You have to fuse with the skeleton. I know that no matter how difficult it is, no matter how painful it is, I have to give it a try. Lin Xian's eyes were resolute, and his voice was sonorous. Following the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul's guidance, Lin Xian began the fusion. The process was too painful. Even Lin Xian was screaming crazily. The dark red dragon felt its scalp go numb. Damn it! What kind of experience is this? It did not know. It shrunk its neck and shrank to the side. The fusion process was not slow. In fact, it was very fast. However, it lasted for several hours. Finally, Lin Xian's body fused with the skeleton of the Nine-Sun divine body, forming a golden light. It was too bright and too bright. It was so bright that the dark red dragon could not open its eyes. It was like a sun god, emitting a myriad of rays of light. Ruffian dragon, let's go. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The golden light on his body dimmed a little. However, it was still incomparably bright. The dark red dragon raised its head and looked. It was stunned. For a moment, it really thought that the Nine-Sun Sword Saint had come back to life. However, when it saw Lin Xian's blurry face in the golden light, it heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was not a possession. It was still that brat. Let's go. The dark red dragon nodded. Its body flashed, and it arrived beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Everywhere he passed, the black demonic aura receded like the tide. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the void cracked open. Endless light spread out from under his feet, as if the sun had exploded. A beam of golden light spread out from under his feet and surged into the distance, turning into a golden dragon. Like a divine bridge, it carried him and flew out of the black demon cliff. Outside the black demon cliff, the 5 Archean kings were still waiting there, and there were hundreds of Archean creatures around them. Their auras were strong, and every single one of them was a powerful being. At this moment, these people were working together with the formation to seal off Black Demon Cliff completely. Suddenly, these ancient life forms frowned and looked into the distance. The 5 archaic kings also opened their eyes. They sat cross-legged in the void, and their eyes were as bright as divine lamps. There was a situation. They were transmitting their voices to one another. Sure enough, at the black demon cliff ahead, black demon chi rolled and spread to both sides. Something was coming out. These people were extremely surprised. In the next moment, they saw a golden light fly out from the black demon cliff and turn into a giant dragon divine bridge that crawled in the sky. What was that? These people looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Could it be that the brat was about to come out? Or was it something else? They did not know, but they were not afraid. There were 5 Archean kings here, and their strength was heaven-defying. Be careful, that brat might be coming out. The 5 Archean kings said coldly. The others also had grave expressions on their faces. Sure enough, in the next moment, a golden figure walked out from the golden path. He walked very slowly, but in a few steps he came out of the black demon cliff from a very far place. Who are you? Seeing this figure covered in golden light, these ancient life forms were puzzled. One of the Archean kings even snorted coldly. The aura emitted from the other party made them extremely uncomfortable. Is he coming out? What a fast speed! The golden figure muttered to himself in a low voice. In the next moment, he swept his gaze in all directions and snorted coldly. Sure enough, he's still here. How reckless! What, it's that brat! One of the Archean kings screamed. His eyes were painted with silver flames, and he finally saw the situation inside the golden light. It's that brat. That's right, it's him. The dragon beside him is still there. It's that brat. How did he become like this? Everyone was shocked. The other party's aura seemed to have become much more tyrannical. No matter how tyrannical he is, he will still die facing us. The 5 Archean kings laughed sinisterly, and one of the silver figures walked out. He was the Archean king of the silver lightning race. At this moment, silver lightning surrounded his body, and there were even silver flames jumping, forming a lotus flower that shone behind him. Brat, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. You're really impatient. Could it be that you can't stay in there any longer? Don't worry, you won't be able to survive outside. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Since you dare to kill the prodigy of the silver lightning race, I will make your ending extremely miserable. The Archean king of the silver lightning race said in a sinister voice. He swore that he would torture the other party first before killing him. Then he would send him to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Buzz, the primordial king of the silver lightning race, shone brightly. He stretched out his hand, and silver lightning shot into the sky. It was as if a lightning beast had been resurrected, and it directly enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, it grabbed Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, these people laughed proudly. What central emperor? What young prodigy? In front of them he was still an ant. That's right. How could a mere human warrior be compared to their lord? These Archean creatures laughed loudly. Bang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. That large silver palm smashed open, and light flew in all directions. The Archean king of the silver lightning race roared crazily. Blood dyed the sky red, and his palm was torn into pieces. You want to catch me? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you become so powerful? The Archean king of the silver lightning race was stunned. The other Archean creatures were also shocked and in disbelief. The other party actually came out and injured the Archean king. This was unbelievable. One had to know that no matter how powerful the other party was, he was only a young prodigy. Even if he was powerful, he would at most have about 27,000 to 28,000 Archean power. But the Archean king had 50,000 Archean power. The gap between the two sides was too big. A primordial king could squash these young geniuses to death with a single finger. But now, the ant in their eyes had injured the Archean king. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. What did you use? Sacred weapon? The Archean king of the silver lightning race roared crazily. The silver stores in the sky regrouped and formed his arm. Buzz! He reached out his palm, grabbed a silver longsword, and charged over. Go to hell, brat. No matter what you use, you won't be able to defeat me. He was really mad. He couldn't tolerate being injured by an ant. He wanted to split the other party in half first and leave the other party with one breath. The silver great sword flickered with incomparable lightning as it slashed down from the sky. This attack was absolutely terrifying. No one in the younger generation could resist it. Lin Xian looked at the great sword and sneered disdainfully. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. It was simple and direct, without any fancy moves. With a bang, the silver greatsword was shattered into pieces, turning into lightning that scattered in all directions. Then, Lin Xian punched the Archean king of the silver lightning race again. Puff! Chapter 2856. What? Killed? That was impossible. The other primordial kings and primordial creatures were all stunned when they saw this scene. They were stunned in the void. How was that possible? That was a primordial king. He was extremely powerful, but now he was killed by a single punch, and by a young descendant of the human race. They could not believe this scene. Damn it, this kid is strange. Hurry up and kill him. The other primordial kings roared. The other primordial creatures also charged over crazily. Was this the power of a greater success, divine body? Lin Xian looked at the terrifying figures around him. He did not move at all. Instead, he stood in the void. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. His eyes flickered. It was too powerful. The power contained in this great success divine body was too terrifying. He did not use any magic at all in that punch, just now. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to kill a primordial king. It was really shocking. It seemed that he could fight against a sage. Lin Xian was shocked. Don't worry, kid. Although he has been dead for many years, this divine body can't unleash its full power. However, the remaining power can still fight against a sage. It won't be a problem for you to kill a sage, the 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul said weakly. Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Could he kill a sage? He clenched his fists, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Great! This way, he would have a chance to stop the dark turmoil. While Lin Xian was thinking about these things, the surrounding primordial creatures were still charging over. The other 2 primordial kings also charged over quickly. They held terrifying ancient treasures in their hands that tore through heaven and earth. A terrifying light enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat! Boom! Lin Xian waved his fists, and they were like suns that blasted in all directions. The bodies of the dozens of archaic life forms that were charging over were shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Then they were enveloped by the 9-Sun divine fire, burned, and turned into nothingness. They did not even have time to scream. The ancient treasures in the hands of the 2 primordial kings also cracked in half with a bang. The 2 of them were also sent flying. Their bodies, which were covered in cracks, exploded with a loud bang. No, the 2 of them screamed crazily, and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect the other party to be so terrifying. A single strike had shattered both of their bodies, making it impossible for them to reassemble. Damn it, run. There must be something wrong with this kid. Hurry up and report it to the patriarch. Their 2 souls escaped as if they had gone mad. However, they did not take more than a few steps before they shattered with a loud bang. The reason for that was because not only had Lin Xian's fist destroyed their bodies, but it had also completely extinguished their souls. Not good, run. The other 2 Archean kings and the surrounding Archean creatures felt their scalps going numb upon seeing this. Their eyes were filled with fear as they turned around and ran into the distance. Now, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Previously, when they surrounded this place, they thought that they could easily capture the other party. But now, they wished they could grow a pair of wings and quickly escape from here. As for capturing him, they didn't even dare to think about it. The other party was simply too powerful. Killing a primordial king was no different from squashing an ant. How were they supposed to fight against him? You want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light suddenly erupted from his body. It transformed into a divine rainbow that carried terrifying flames and completely enveloped the entire sky. Boom! 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 That was the 9-Sun's divine fire formed by a greater mastery divine body. Even a sage would not dare to fight against it, let alone these primordial creatures. Soon, the 2 primordial kings and hundreds of other primordial creatures screamed in the fire. Their bodies were ignited, and their souls were burning. It was impossible to extinguish the fire. In the end, all of the primordial creatures were reduced to ashes and disappeared. The 2 primordial kings were not spared either. In an instant, all of the primordial creatures were killed. All of this happened in a few moves. Is it over? The dark red dragon was dumbfounded. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying means after fusing with the 9-Sun's Sword Saint's greater mastery divine body. He was not inferior to a sage at all. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said to Ruffian Dragon, "Let's go to the Jade Pool." Then he turned into a ray of golden light and wrapped around the dark red dragon. He directly pierced through the void and flew quickly in the direction of the jade pool. At this moment, the jade pool was in an extremely tragic state. The void split open, the earth sank, and a terrifying sea of blood surged in the surroundings. It was a scene of destruction. The human race's cultivators from the Great Sage Sect and the 10,000 Ancient Races army were fighting fiercely. Their momentum shook the sky. It was extremely miserable. In the sky, the primordial creatures sneered. Terrifying claws with terrifying bloodline power descended from the sky. Ancient treasures emitted terrifying auras as they attacked. On the human clan side, there were warriors falling at every moment. Some were young disciples, and there were also experts of the older generation. Lowly humans, stop struggling. The sage's voice sounded in the sky. You are just ants in front of us. You have no chance of resisting. This voice carried a monstrous divine might, causing the human race's cultivators to tremble. They could not help but one kneel down. Another sage's voice sounded. Now, put down your weapons, kneel on the ground, and welcome us. You can get a way out. Otherwise, only death awaits all of you. Think it through obediently. Otherwise, the human race will be exterminated. An even more ferocious voice sounded. In the sky, divine chains of order pierced through the surroundings. Lowly humans die. Endless laws danced in the air. A sage had attacked and killed 3 sect leaders. This scene made all the human race's cultivators despair. Damn it, where are our sages? Many people gritted their teeth and roared crazily. The patriarchs of the Yi and Gu families said that they were fighting in the outer realm. That's right, the human race had sages. They had also attacked and fought with the primordial sages. However, the battle between the sages happened in the outer realm. They could not see it. However, occasionally, a piece of law would tear down from the sky, causing a terrifying scene that terrified them. The level of battle was probably not something they could imagine. Lowly humans, don't be wishful thinking. So what if you have sages? You are no match for us at all. These primordial kings sneered. They were all sages, but sages were also divided into levels and strengths. How could the other party's sages be compared to their primordial sages? In this battle, the human race would definitely lose. They would once again rule the land. Boom! Suddenly, in the endless 9 heavens, a rumble sounded, and 10,000 bolts of lightning descended. Chapter 28:57. Not good. Seeing that drop of blood fall, all the figures below screamed in horror. Not only the humans, but the ancient creatures also fled crazily, because the blood here was too terrifying. A single drop could crush the heavens. Sacred blood! This was the blood of a sage. They screamed crazily. Had the outcome of the battle above been decided? As everyone fled, they looked up at the sky. In the sky, more and more sacred blood gathered and shattered the void, forming a terrifying nomological energy that danced in the air. No one dared to approach. Some of the ancient creatures and human cultivators that retreated too slowly were directly torn apart by this energy. Boom! A figure descended from the sky. It was an old man. Damn it! No! The people of the Tao, one sacred ground, roared crazily. This was because this was one of their sacred ninjas. They just didn't expect their sacred ninjas to be injured. The people of the human race were filled with despair. The ancient creatures, on the other hand, raised their heads and laughed. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Even if you're all sacred ninjas, you can't do it. That's right. You lowly humans are no match for us at all. Hurry up and kneel down, and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you can only go to hell. Crazy laughter sounded, and the faces of the humans turned pale. The sacred ninjas in the sky floated down. He wasn't dead, only injured. However, at this moment, his expression was incomparably ugly. Boom! At this moment, the void split open, and another figure fell down. This time, It was the ancient creatures' turn to have ugly expressions. Because the sacred ninjas who fell this time was their sacred ninjas. This sacred ninjas also had blood on his body as he shattered the void. What was going on? Their sacred ninjas were injured. Damn it, these ancient creatures roared crazily. On the other hand, the humans regained hope. In the next moment, several figures flashed quickly, divided into two factions. On the 10,000 ancient races side, there were 12 sacred ninjas with cold expressions. On the human side, there were only 7 sacred ninjas. Among them, 4 were injured. On the sacred ninjas side, 3 were injured. In comparison, the humans were still at a disadvantage. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 dragons' portrait had not been used yet. That was an extreme weapon. Once it was used, the sacred ninjas wouldn't be able to resist at all. Hurry up and kneel down and submit. You have no chance of winning. The 12 saints were like gods looking down on the earth. On the human side, their faces were gloomy. Among them, the saints of the human race had a solemn expression. The other sacred masters, sect masters, and young warriors all had pale faces. His face was filled with despair. Could it be that he was really going to lose? The head of the Yi clan snorted coldly. What a joke! If you have the ability, then kill us all. Otherwise, we would never give in. Kill! One of the Yi family's grand elders also roared and charged forward. Golden aura surged from his body as he soared into the sky like a golden god of war. In the sky, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered in disdain. He pointed out with a finger and directly killed the Yi family's grand elder. Puff! The supreme elder's body was pierced through, and he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. He was no longer breathing. Reckless ants! If you're still not convinced, I'll use my extreme Dao weapon to kill all of you. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like gods and demons. Damn it, he really deserved to die. All the human ancient martial art practitioners roared madly. Could it be that they were really going to be killed here today? Even the 7 saints had ugly expressions on their faces. The other party had many more saints than them. If they continued to fight, they would probably die as well. Quickly retreat to the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West shouted coldly, and quickly retreated with everyone. Murong Chingching's small face was cold. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and there were a few terrifying cracks on her body. They were caused by the ancient paragon's sneak attack. The 1-pound Shinjingqiu was also injured. It wasn't just the 2 of them. Yi, Wu Dao, Wu Qin, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were all injured. It could be said that they were still very heaven-defying that they hadn't been killed in the battle. So what if they retreated to the Jade Lake? Did they think that a mere Jade Lake sacred ground could protect the lives of ants like them? In the sky, the ancient creatures looked at this scene and sneered. They didn't move at all. Azure Dragon Break. The 12 saints formed seals with their palms. The azure dragon under their feet absorbed the energy of millions of miles and emitted a beam of light that rushed down. It directly caused the Jade Lake, sacred ground, to tremble. Many people inside vomited blood, and even the saints were injured. After all, this was an attack on the level of a saint. Moreover, it was a joint attack of 12 saints. It was caused by the use of a powerful god's eye, the azure dragon under the other party's feet. These human experts had already divined that it was not an ordinary thing. It was probably the corpse of the dragons after their deaths. It contained a mysterious power. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender or die. The primeval saint's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with biting, cold, killing intent. He had already lost his patience. These people were so reckless. Since these people dared to resist, he didn't mind completely annihilating them. After all, the 10,000 ancient races had plenty of slaves if they wanted. Humph! On the human side, the 7 saints roared and attacked again. After an earth-shattering battle, they retreated again. This time, the 7 saints were all injured. One of them was even almost killed. This caused everyone to be extremely terrified. Not only that, the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, and the Queen Mother of the West were all injured. Yi Wudao and the other young geniuses were even more seriously injured. The human experts were on the verge of death. Unless they used their so-called trump cards to awaken the sleeping saints, they would have a chance of fighting. Otherwise, the human race would be completely wiped out. What a bunch of trash. We haven't even used our extreme weapons, and you're already on the verge of dying. Don't worry, we won't give you a chance to live. In this lifetime, you won't be able to wake up those sleeping saints. No. The family patriarch roared into the sky, his voice tearing. Could it be that they were really going to be destroyed here? They were the families of great emperors. However, their trump cards couldn't be revived. With their current strength, they couldn't compete with the nest of 10,000 dragons at all. The Gu family patriarch also roared. Damn it, despicable. What was this? If you have the ability, let us use our trump cards and fight with all our strength. The nest of 10,000 dragons is no match for the Gu family at all. They were also great emperor families and also had extreme weapons. But now, they couldn't use them at all. How could they not be aggrieved? In their opinion, if they used all their trump cards, they could definitely contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons. And these 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to be arrogant in front of them. Chapter 2858. Just you wait. Once I, the Dragon Prince, become the great emperor, I will confiscate all the treasures left behind by the remote antiquity families. Now you can all die. In the sky, the 12 sages formed hand seals again, and a vast aura flew out from their fingertips. This time, the attack was even more violent. The 12 sages attacked together, and it really had the power to destroy the world. Under this attack, the Jade Lake would probably be destroyed. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The sacred lords and patriarchs were filled with despair. The young disciples couldn't withstand the sage aura and were directly pressed to the ground. The Yi family sacred lord, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sages all had ugly expressions. They roared crazily, ready to attack regardless of the cost. Among them, the 7 sages went crazy. They didn't care about anything and attacked together again. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The primordial sages sneered and also soared into the sky to fight in the outer realm again. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist. The remaining primordial kings sneered. They controlled the azure dragon skin and continued to attack. A terrifying aura was about to erupt. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly split open. Countless golden rays turned into sharp swords and cut the void in half. The azure dragon's movements were also interrupted. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled, and light swept out like a tide, causing a huge crack to appear in the sky. Damn it, who is it? At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. The primordial kings roared. The primordial theocrats also frowned. The person who came was so powerful and terrifying. He could actually block their attack. Who was it? Did one of the sages of the human race awaken? Damn it, how was this possible? They had already used the 10,000 dragon picture to seal everything. How could those sleeping sages awaken? The humans were also stunned. They had originally despaired and thought that they were going to die, but they didn't expect that at the last moment there would be a turn for the better. In the huge crack in the sky, 10,000 rays of light bloomed. Then a golden figure appeared in the void and slowly descended. Accompanying it was a powerful force that suppressed the surroundings. So strong! The moment this golden figure appeared, everyone trembled. The archaic kings, sacred sovereigns, and sect masters were also filled with fear. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Who are you? An archaic king of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted coldly. I am the guardian of the human race. The human race cannot be bullied. The cold voice of the descending golden figure resounded throughout the land. Guardians of the human race. These words were like a clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's hearts. The 10,000 ancient races experts were stunned. The Jade Lake's cultivators' hearts were pounding wildly. Had their human race's experts appeared? Had he come to save them? Those young disciples were trembling with excitement. However, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were frowning, because the other side only had one person. Could they fight against the terrifying 10,000 ancient races? After all, even the combined forces of the Energy Reverend and the Sage had been defeated. Even if the other party was a saint, there was nothing he could do. Unless the other party had special means to contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons and unlock the seal, reviving the heritage of the great sects of the Holy Land. Only then could they resist the 10,000 ancient races. When the 10,000 ancient races heard this, they were first stunned. Then they sneered in disdain. Guardians of the human race? Ha ha ha, what a joke! Do you think that you alone can protect the human race? That's right, who do you think you are? How dare you be arrogant in front of the 10,000 ancient races? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. Your human race's time is up. Cold laughter rang out. Among them, a primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons walked out. And kneel down and accept your death. As he spoke, a dragon claw stretched out, covering the sky and covering the earth as it grabbed at the golden figure in front of it. It wanted to claw him until he exploded. This scene caused everyone to feel nervous. The golden figure in front didn't dodge. Instead, he raised a finger and pressed it forward. How dare he fight against the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, he was fighting in close combat with his physical body. He was courting death. Who did he think he was? Could his physique be stronger than that of a dragon's? Just wait, this guy will definitely be killed. The primordial kings sneered. In their opinion, how could the other party be a match for the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Uft! A golden finger was like a peerless divine sword. It was incomparably sharp and directly pierced through the dragon claw. It even pierced through the head of the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons. With a bang, the head exploded. Blood mist filled the air as the corpse fell to the ground. This was impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What was going on? The primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons was killed. He was killed with a single finger just like that. Even his soul couldn't escape. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The martial artists on the human side were shocked. Those primordial kings felt their scalps go numb. Who was this person? How could his methods be so powerful? Damn it! How dare you kill someone from the nest of 10,000 dragons? The primordial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons were even more furious. They were the primordial royal family. They were high and mighty. Who dared to make a move against them? But now, someone actually killed one of their primordial kings so easily. Just an ant. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Let your saints make a move. Today, I will tell you that the human race cannot be bullied. The golden figure said coldly. He was Lin Xian, who had rushed over from the Black Demon Cliff. After Lin Xian fused with the Nine Sun Sword Saint's great success divine body, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He left the Black Demon Cliff, killed a few primordial kings, and rushed directly towards the Jade Pool. Finally, at the last moment, he arrived. Damn it, go, kill him! And primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, a total of 4 primordial kings charged forward. 2 primordial kings of a nest of 10,000 dragons, one from the divine Phoenix Ridge, and the other from the Fire Cheelin Cave. These 4 primordial kings were all primordial kings of the primordial royal family. Their strength was incomparably terrifying, and they possessed the bloodline of the Emperor clan. At this moment, they attacked crazily. It's over, that guy is in danger. The martial artists on the human side all became nervous. After all, they were primordial kings of the royal family, making everyone's scalps go numb. Even the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the Gu family's patriarchs were the same. Lin Xian looked at the 4 primordial kings who had just arrived, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His eyes were incomparably resplendent. Killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. Another punch was thrown out, transforming into 10 suns that directly blasted forward. Boom! 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 Before the 4 primordial kings could get close, their bodies exploded in midair, torn into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Dead, dead again. Those primordial creatures widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 2859. Those were 4 primordial kings. Moreover, they were primordial kings of the royal family. How could they die? Damn it, who the hell was he? These people roared crazily. The 3 great royal families and more than 30 primordial royal families all went crazy. Those primordial creatures even began to tremble. The royal family was a godlike existence in their eyes. But now, someone could actually slay a god. The human martial artists became excited, hope restored in their eyes. The person who came was so powerful, he might really be able to save them. Damn it, who the hell are you? These primordial creatures screamed crazily. They really couldn't believe that a human martial artist would be so powerful. I've said it before, I'm the guardian of the human race. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Dare to threaten my human race. Kill without mercy. Dare to kill my human race's martial artists. Tear them into pieces. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura formed on his body, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. At this moment, he was like a sun war god, making everyone look up to him. At this moment, even those primordial creatures' hearts were beating wildly, as if their hearts were about to split open. With just you want to tear us into pieces? You're overestimating yourself. I'll let you see the power of the 10,000 ancient races. The primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted coldly. The primordial king of the divine Phoenix Ridge also roared angrily. Kill him for me. They were really angry. Someone actually dared to challenge the 3 great royal families. This was unbearable for them. They had to use the primordial array formation to directly kill him. This time, they did not rashly move forward because they knew that the other party was very strong, not something that 1 or 2 primordial kings could deal with. Therefore, they planned to use the array formation. These array formations were passed down from the primordial era. They were definitely incomparably powerful and unfathomable. Moreover, with so many primordial powerhouses using it together, it could definitely destroy the world. Instantly killing the other party wasn't difficult. It's over. I wonder if that person can resist it? Yes, these primordial array formations are really too terrifying, far surpassing the array formations that we have now. Behind them, the sacred lords and sect masters of the Jade Lake sacred ground were discussing animatedly. The Grand Elder and the others also had ugly expressions. That was because they had already suffered at the hands of the primordial formation in the previous battle. As soon as the primordial formation was activated, for sect masters had been annihilated on the spot. There were even 6 supreme elders who were directly crushed mercilessly. This kind of terrifying array formation made them tremble with fear. Now that the other party was using it, would that golden silhouette be able to withstand it? At the same time, they were also extremely puzzled. Who was this person? Too powerful. Which holy land or great sect were they from? They could not guess. Xin Jingqiu raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel that he looked like Brother Lin Xian? What did you say? Don't speak nonsense. How could that brat be so powerful? Someone shook his head. Murong Qingqing also said that his physique was very similar to the 9-yang divine body. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their scalps went numb. The eyes of the elders, living fossils, sect masters, and sacred lords twinkled. That's right, this really is the nine-yang divine body. No way could it really be that brat. No matter how powerful that brat was, he was only from the younger generation. How could he have the power to surpass a sacred bishop? These people's faces were full of disbelief. The patriarch of the Yi family took a deep breath. There was no doubt that it was the nine-yang divine body, but it probably wasn't Lin Xian. That was because the power of the nine-yang divine body was too terrifying. It was not something that could be cultivated in a few hundred years. It would be very difficult to cultivate it without a few thousand years. Could it be that there was another successor of the nine-yang divine body in this world? They were extremely shocked. In front of them, the sky and earth were spinning. Terrifying energy surged. Mysterious runes appeared in the sky like demonic beasts, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, all the spiritual energy within a radius of millions of miles gathered toward the array formation. A terrifying wave of energy formed, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky as if a peerless demon king was about to awaken. The primordial Yuan sky array. A cold voice sounded, and the terrifying array formation rumbled, causing everyone's souls to tremble. A peerless killing intent rushed out. The entire ground was trembling. Even the jade pool was shaking. It couldn't be helped. This array formation was too terrifying, with so many primordial kings and primordial creatures activating it one by one. Its power was truly terrifying. Buzz, the terrifying array formation emitted a vast divine might, directly enveloping the entire starry sky and Lin Xian. Hurry up and activate the array formation. Below, Queen Mother of the West and the others also activated their peerless array formation to resist. Otherwise, they would probably be affected too. At this moment, everyone felt suffocated and wanted to escape. However, they couldn't do it at all. That was because their bodies had all stiffened. Despicable ant, go to hell. In the distance, the primordial kings laughed loudly and activated the array formation. The primordial Yuan sky array rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying power. Countless lightning bolts and divine abilities rushed out. A wisp of thunder was enough to kill an invincible king. At this moment, with so many of them, no one would be able to resist. The primordial array formation was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was also an array formation expert, so he could naturally feel the powerful power brought about by the primordial array formation. Perhaps those sacred leaders and sect masters really couldn't resist it, but now he was different. He now had the greater mastery nine-yang divine body, and its power was terrifying. This mere primordial array formation couldn't hurt him. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he directly walked forward. Bolts of thunder struck his body, making rumbling sounds, but they couldn't cause him any harm. Lin Xian was like a god walking in the mortal world, strolling in the thunder and destruction divine light. Damn it, how is this possible? The primordial kings widened their eyes and screamed crazily. Dream, I must be dreaming. Damn it, this person knows how to use illusions. These primordial kings and primordial creatures screamed crazily. What did they see? The other party was strolling leisurely in their peerless array formation, not dodging at all. How was this possible? With such a terrifying primordial killing array, any sacred bishop who lived in it would die in an instant. Previously, they had successfully killed many powerhouses of the human race, but now their killing array formation had actually failed. Damn it, could it be that this person was wearing a saint-level armor? A primordial king said coldly. After the other primordial creatures heard this, their expressions turned solemn. It was really possible. If it was a saint-level armor, it might really be able to withstand it. After all, a saint was extremely terrifying. A saint-level armor was a sacred weapon. So what if it was a sacred weapon? Let's attack together. The primordial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. Chapter 2860. Kill. Those primordial kings roared, and the murderous aura of the primordial army filled the sky. The power of the primordial killing array erupted once again. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. What 10,000 ancient races? Peerless killing arrays? They're nothing in front of me. I've said it before. The human race is not to be bullied. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder tearing through the sky. His palm turned into a golden river and slashed forward. Terrifying thunder, terrifying storm, and world-destroying divine light. Under this attack, everything was turned into ashes. The entire primordial killing array shook violently, as if it would crack at any time. This scene was too terrifying. The array that could kill a sacred leader was trembling rapidly under the feet of a person. Could this person be a saint? They didn't dare to imagine. God damn it, hold it steady. Those primordial kings roared crazily as their palms formed seals. The primordial killing array in front of them rolled rapidly as countless runes intertwined, forming a primordial demonic shadow. As soon as the primordial demonic shadow appeared, it carried a murderous aura and quickly charged over. This was formed by a peerless array, and it was extremely terrifying. After the first demonic shadow, many more appeared, densely packed. A total of 100,000 demonic shadows charged into the void. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and emitted a vast amount of energy. Kid, go to hell. The primordial kings behind roared crazily. With a wave of their palms, 100,000 primordial demonic shadows rushed forward as if they were going to tear Lin Xian into pieces. A mere demonic shadow wants to fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Golden light shone, and divine light danced in the sky. He punched out. Boom! 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 The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 100,000 demonic shadows trembled rapidly. Then they exploded, forming countless murderous auras that scattered in all directions. A huge black hole was created in the entire array. Lin Xian retracted his fist. Light bloomed from his body, like a god fiend as he walked over. He walked out of the crack. A mere killing array is nothing in my eyes. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Today, I will show you the power of the human race. What? It was broken. Did he just break the ancient killing formation? How could this be? The ancient life forms in the distance were extremely shocked. Their eyelids twitched in disbelief. This was especially true for the archaic kings, whose faces were filled with shock. Who was the other party? What kind of method was this? A single punch had blasted it apart. It was an incomparably terrifying killing array. The human martial artists were also stunned. The sacred leaders and sect masters were shocked. This scene was like a dream. One had to know that the ancient killing formation could easily kill them. However, the other party didn't suffer any injuries at all and easily broke through the barrier. Heavens, could this really be a saint? The 10,000 ancient races also thought of this possibility and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, so what if he's a saint? Kill him for me. No one in the 10,000 ancient races can stop him. These people charged forward like they had gone mad. However, before those ancient life forms could approach, they fell from the sky. Their bodies exploded one after another, falling apart into pieces. Even their souls were directly extinguished. This scene was simply too shocking. Each of those ancient life forms was incomparably powerful. But at this moment, in front of Lin Xian, they were like ants. They had no possibility of resisting at all. Damn it, go to hell for me. The two archaic kings of the Fire Qilin cave roared angrily. Unparalleled flames bloomed from their bodies. Their bodies also suddenly enlarged, turning from human form into two Qilins. They were like giant mountains roaring in the sky. These two Fire Qilins were extremely terrifying, especially after they transformed into their true bodies. Their bloodline power bloomed, suppressing the 9 heavens. It made those human warriors despair in their hearts. Was this the true body of the 10,000 ancient races? It was truly too terrifying. Moreover, the other party was actually a Qilin. Not good. That was the ancient royal family, the Fire Qilin clan. They were extremely terrifying, not weaker than the dragons of a nest of 10,000 dragons at all. Sure enough, the two Fire Qilins roared into the 9 heavens. Their terrifying voices shook heaven and earth, shaking those human powerhouses until their ears bled. With a roar, the two Fire Qilins arrived on both sides of Lin Xian. Their claws fell, tearing through the void, wanting to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Lin Xian reached out his palm, transforming it into a 5-fingered mountain. Grabbing forward, he grabbed the heads of the two Fire Qilins. Damn it, go to hell for me. The two Fire Qilins roared angrily. The flames on their bodies soared into the sky, wanting to refine Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A surge of 9 yang divine fire also rose from his hand and pounced forward. In the next moment, the two flames collided, emitting sizzling sounds. The two Fire Qilins screamed miserably. Their bodies were wrapped in 9 yang divine fire. Their bodies split open, their flesh and blood a mess. Damn it, how was this possible? I don't believe it. They roared crazily. This was too shocking. They were actually unable to resist the other party's flames. What kind of flames were these? One had to know they were Fire Qilins. They cultivated flames to begin with. Furthermore, what they cultivated were Emperor race flames. What kind of terrifying flames were those? But they actually could not resist the other party, making them unable to believe it. In the next moment, they screamed even more miserably. Their heads were split into pieces, directly smashed apart. 2 massive corpses fell. Dust mist filled the air, and the ground cracked open. This scene was simply too terrifying. Dead, another 2 primordial kings were killed. This scene was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like a fiend god, moving his fists. Places that he passed through, those primordial creatures were all killed miserably one after another. Not a single one was able to escape. In an instant, those primordial creatures' blood flowed like rivers, corpses like mountains. This scene was simply too shocking. Those primordial creatures roared crazily. Damn it, who the hell are you? The one who killed you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Weren't you all very arrogant and rampant? Want to slaughter humans? Now, I'll let you all have a taste of being slaughtered. While talking, Lin Xian waved his palm. Another 3 primordial kings' heads were cut off. Like cutting vegetables, there was no resistance at all. Taking a step out, swathes of the primordial army were crushed into a blood mist, without the strength to resist at all. Lin Xian was akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering wantonly. Places that he passed through, blood flowed like rivers. Too powerful. The human race's martial artists were shocked to the core. Those young disciples even clenched their fists tightly, their faces full of excitement. Awesome, it was really too awesome. Previously, they were slaughtered by these 10,000 ancient races until blood flowed like rivers, without the strength to resist at all. It made them despair for a time, thinking that the human race would be wiped out. But now, a peerless powerhouse jumped out of their human race, slaying the primordial creatures domineeringly. How similar was this scene? Chapter 2861. Seeing these ancient creatures being miserable and scared out of their wits, they felt very good. Ah, how dare you kill a member of the ancient royal race? I will definitely tear you into pieces. An ancient king of the divine phoenix ridge roared crazily. The pair of wings on his back were hundreds of meters long. When they spread out, they were like 2 heavenly blades that cut through the void. However, he couldn't stop it. His subordinates and clansmen quickly fell. With a furious roar, he roared at Lin Xian, but his head was pierced by a finger. His body also fell down and he lost his breath. Despair. The 10,000 ancient races were in despair at this moment. What kind of feeling was this? They had never experienced it before. But now, in the hands of a single person, they experienced despair. No matter how powerful the array formation, how terrifying the treasures, or how terrifying the ancient kings were, they were all killed in a single move in front of the other party. A single punch was enough to settle everything. "Ancestor, come and save us!" Those ancient kings roared at the sky, and the ancient creatures screamed crazily. They didn't dare to attack the other party at all. They only hoped that their ancestor would return from the war in the outer realm to save them and kill this despicable human in front of them. The war in the outer realm was extremely intense. Tao laws danced in the air, and divine chains crisscrossed. Suddenly an ancient sage frowned. They heard shouts from below. What was going on? What happened? Why would their descendants let out such miserable screams? Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons stretched out his soul and glanced down. In the next moment, his expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, what was going on? Why did so many of the 10,000 ancient races die? Nearly half of them were directly killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowed into rivers. The terrifying aura almost spread to the outer realm. The other 11 sages also saw the scene below, and they all roared like they had gone mad. Damn it, who was it? What was going on? Not good. There was still a human sage below. Hurry up and kill. We can't let him attack again. These people roared crazily. They no longer fought with the 7 sages of the human race. Instead, they turned around and charged down. The 7 sages of the human race heaved a sigh of relief. Being surrounded by 12 ancient sages, they were in an extremely dangerous situation. They could be annihilated at any moment. Yet now the 12 sages had actually abandoned them and left. They looked down and saw the same scene. So many ancient creatures had died. Even many archaic kings had died. What happened? Who was that person? When they saw the golden figure, their eyelids twitched wildly. There were no nomological laws dancing around the other party's body, nor were there any divine chains accompanying them. However, a single movement from the other party, a single ray of light, was enough to make them shudder in fear. An expert, an absolutely terrifying expert. He should be a saint. The human race actually had a saint. Moreover, he had killed so many of the archaic army. This made them extremely shocked. Let's go down and take a look. The 7 sages absorbed the spirit chi from tens of millions of miles away and swallowed all kinds of treasures to quickly recover from their injuries. At the same time, they tore through the void and flew down. When they reached the bottom, they were still shocked. Although they had already seen the scene below when they had been in the outer realm, their hearts were pounding wildly now that they were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These were all primordial experts. Moreover, after these 10,000 ancient races died, they all transformed into their true forms. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, crocodiles, elephants, tigers, the huge corpses of the primordial mutants were like small mountains that filled the ground. The blood was extremely terrifying and contained boundless power. A single drop could easily kill an expert. At this moment, there were so many of them that they had gathered into a sea of blood. It was as if the entire world had turned into Azura hell. Damn it! The 12 sages roared crazily. They couldn't tolerate so many 10,000 ancient races being killed. These were all their elite experts. Each of them could hold their own and dominate a region. But now they were all dead. How could they tolerate this? They roared angrily, and their killing intent surged and swept through the 9 heavens. Their eyes were like piercingly cold sword lights as they stared at the golden figure in front of them. "It's you!" They looked at each other with murderous intent. At the same time, their eyelids twitched wildly. The other party was simply too strange. Facing the killing intent of the 12 sages, he was still calm and composed. There was no trace of discomfort at all. In fact, their sage pressure and the nomological laws that filled the sky couldn't even get close to him. Sage. He was definitely a sage. However, there was actually a sage in the human race, and he was so terrifying. This made them unable to believe it. Damn it, who are you? The guardian of the human race. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The 12 primordial sages? You finally come out. Killing these ants is really too boring. Come on, let's fight. I will let you know the consequences of provoking the human race. Lin Xian waved his hand, completely disregarding the 12 primordial sages. Seeing this scene, the 7 human sages were shocked. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake sacred ground were all excited. He was simply too powerful. Previously, the 12 primordial sages were high and mighty, looking down on them. Who would have thought that one day the human race would also be able to look down on the 12 sages? Everyone quickly drank the Jade Lake sacred water. Shi Wangmu didn't stay idle either. While the sages were fighting, the sacred leaders and sect masters, as well as the powerhouses, quickly drank the Jade Lake sacred water to recover from their injuries. Damn it, I'm so angry. In front, the primordial sages roared crazily. They were really mad. They had to kill the person in front of them, pull out his tendons and skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. None of this could relieve the resentment in their hearts. It's not just you. I want the entire human race to be buried with you. I want everyone in the Jade Lake today to go to hell. The primordial sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chillin Cave roared crazily. They decided to destroy the human race and avenge their clansmen. The 12 sages emitted sharp killing intent that enveloped heaven and earth. The people of the Jade Lake below turned pale. It's over. They've completely angered the primordial sages. They'll probably end up in a miserable state. I hope that person can withstand it. What a joke. He definitely won't be able to withstand it. How could he defeat the 12 sages alone? Even with the other 7, there were still 8 of them. Against 12, he was still at a disadvantage. That's right, and this gap was simply impossible to make up for. The sacred leaders and sect masters shook their heads and sighed. They felt that the Golden Man wasn't saving them, but completely angering the 10,000 ancient races. Their deaths would be hastened. In front, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light on his body became even more resplendent. Countless divine lights gathered under his feet, forming a golden dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the sky. His cold voice also resounded in all directions. Chapter 2862. Together? You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are that you need us to attack you together? I can kill you alone. A primeval sage stepped forward. Silver nomological laws danced around his body, and silver Tao runes shone brightly in the sky. Thunder filled the sky and floated under his feet. It was too terrifying. It was as if he was a peerless god of thunder who could control all the thunder in the world. This is the sage of the silver lightning race. A sect leader of the Jade Lake sacred ground exclaimed. The silver lightning race was a very powerful race. Their sage was very terrifying. Moreover, this sage had cultivated the 5-colored divine thunder nomological laws. It could be said that he was very heaven-defying in the Tao of thunder. Be careful. This person's 5-colored divine thunder nomological laws are very terrifying. Don't touch it easily. Behind him, a few sages spoke in deep voices. This was because a sage of the great Xia dynasty had been injured by the 5-colored divine thunder nomological laws. Therefore, everyone had a deep impression of this sage of the silver lightning race. The 5-colored divine thunder nomological laws? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. So what? I have the 9-yang divine body now. No matter how terrifying the other party's nomological laws were, he was not afraid. In front of him, the sage of the silver lightning race said coldly, "Kid, do you believe that I can kill you with 3 nomological laws?" He was very confident because the 5-colored divine thunder nomological laws were too violent. Nothing could resist that destructive power. 3 nomological chains? Lin Xian sneered. "You can't hurt me with 300 of them, let alone 3. His voice was full of confidence. It seemed that he did not take the other party seriously at all. "Damn kid, you're courting death." The Archean king of the silver lightning race walked forward. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our patriarch like that?" They were really mad. Their patriarch was very terrifying and was not inferior to the sages of the Archean royal families. That was the pride of the silver lightning race. Now that someone dared to look down on them, how could they tolerate it? The sage of the silver lightning race's face also darkened. He waved his hand and asked his people to leave. As for him, he looked to the front and stared at the golden figure. Eloquent, but very soon you will regret it. As he spoke, 5-colored light rose from the saint of the silver electric race, which turned into 5-colored divine chains that circled around him. These were all divine chains formed from the power of laws. They were extremely terrifying. This kind of law completely surpassed that of a king. It could even easily kill any existence below the level of a saint. When those sect masters felt the power of the laws, their bodies trembled. They could only take out their divine weapons and activate them to defend themselves. The other human race, martialists, were pressed to the ground because they could not withstand the energy of the nomological laws at such a close distance. Fortunately, they were now inside the array formation. Otherwise, without the array formation, the aura emanating from it alone would have been enough to blast all the martialists into a bloody mist. Was this the power of a saint? How terrifying! Heavens, are they going to make a move here? Brett, let's go. Follow me to the outer realms to fight. The saint of the silver electric race rose into the air and said in a cold voice. However, Lin Xian did not move at all. He said coldly, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. If I fight with you, I'll be able to determine the victor in 1 or 2 moves." He had no intention of going to the outer realm. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Determine the victor in 1 or 2 moves? This person was too arrogant. That's right. Who did he think he was? How dare he say such a thing? That was a saint. A battle between saints was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Did he think that he was still fighting against the archaic kings? The 10,000 archaic races roared in anger. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant, especially the saint of the Silver Palace race. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. Good, good, good. No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. Today I'll tear you into pieces. I'll let you know how powerful I am. He stretched out his hand, and a 5-colored light burst out. Thunder swept out as if it had flown from the immortal palace. Countless Tao runes intertwined and covered the entire sky. At this moment, all the martial artists were trembling. Every single one of them was terrified. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they could not move at all. It was not just the humans. The supreme ancient race army was the same. Feeling the might of a saint at such a close distance made everyone hold their breaths. Go to hell, brat. The saint of the silver lightning race made his move. With a wave of his palm, 10,000 bolts of thunder flashed. The entire heaven and earth turned into 5-colored divine light. It was extremely dazzling. The heaven and earth collapsed. Nothing could withstand it. The Empress of the West and the others frantically activated the array, but the array was still rapidly breaking apart. They had no choice. The power of a saint was too terrifying. They had to use their sacred weapons quickly. The sacred lords and sect leaders threw out a few sacred weapons that floated in the sky. Together with the array, they managed to block the attack. Otherwise, the fairy lake would have been split in half. How powerful! Was this the precept of the 5-colored divine lightning? Once this precept was unleashed, it was truly destructive. One of the sect leaders looked solemn. Another grand elder also said that thunder was a violent force. The 5-colored divine lightning was a very terrifying type of thunder. The precept of the 5-colored divine lightning was definitely heaven-defying. He wondered if that person would be able to withstand it. In the sky, a 5-colored palm slammed down. The palm carried terrifying Tao, runes, and terrifying divine chains. This was a destructive attack. Before the palm arrived, the space around Lin Xian completely collapsed, turning into a ball of chaos. That terrifying destructive force wanted to tear his body apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stomped his foot. The surrounding void split open, and a terrifying force pushed in all directions. Instantly, the chaotic void was pushed away. His body shone with boundless light. The terrifying 5-colored divine lightning struck his body, emitting a sonorous sound. The impact caused the people in the distance to vomit blood. The primordial creatures also bled from their 7 orifices. As for Lin Xian, he was unharmed. Was this your 5-colored divine lightning? It was only SOO. Lin Xian sneered. What? He actually blocked the 5-colored thunder precept. And he was unharmed? Heavens, what kind of body was that? Was that guy a greater mastery sacred body? The people from the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. They knew how terrifying the 5-colored divine lightning was. Especially now it was a saint attacking. How could the other party withstand it? Could it be that he was wearing a saint armor? Everyone looked solemn. The 12 saints' gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the golden light. No, he wasn't wearing any armor. This was purely the power of his physical body. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. How had he managed to resist the destructive 5-colored divine thunder laws with his physical strength alone? Damn it, there was something wrong with his physique. Chapter 2863. The others' eyelids twitched when they heard that. Impossible. The Yi family's sage physique was so terrifying. It was said that the combat power of a sage physique was comparable to that of a great emperor. If he really had a sage physique, he could probably destroy all of us with a slap. The Silver Lightning Saint was extremely shocked. His opponent's physique was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. He could actually block his 5-colored divine thunder law. Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe you can block my next attack. The Silver Lightning Saint's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. He formed a seal with his palms, and the law and divine chains of order danced in the sky. They were densely packed and covered the sky, forming layers and layers of thunder. 49 levels of heaven. Heavens, he actually knew such a great divine ability. A supreme elder of the human race exclaimed in surprise. The others asked one after another. The 49 levels of heaven was an extremely terrifying divine ability. One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation descended, it would descend from the 49 levels of heaven. However, it would usually only appear at the 9th, 12th, and 18th levels of heaven. At most, it would only appear at the 36th level of heaven. As for the 49 levels of heaven, it was a legendary existence. It would probably only appear when a great emperor broke through and went through the heavenly tribulation. But now, the other party had used his own divine ability to evolve the 49 levels of heaven. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? These people were shocked. Even the saints of the human race had grave expressions on their faces, especially the saint of the great Xia dynasty. He had been injured by the other party's 49 levels of heaven. Kid, my 49 levels of heaven are comparable to the real heavenly tribulation thunder. Unless you are a real great emperor, you will not be able to block my 49 levels of heaven. Now go to hell. The saint of the Silver Lightning race revealed a sinister smile. This was his trump card, and it was extremely powerful. So what if the other party's physique was strong? He did not believe that the other party could resist his 49 levels of heaven. 9 levels of heaven, kill! The silver lightning saint waved his hand, and immediately the 9 levels of thunder tribulation in the sky descended. The 9 levels of thunder tribulation right off the bat. This was really a killing move. The human race powerhouses' eyelids twitched wildly. The archaic creatures, on the other hand, cried out in surprise. In the sky, crackling sounds could be heard. The void was torn apart, forming countless large cracks. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed out from the 9 heavens. The 5-colored thunder carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. No one could survive if they were struck by the lightning. Even those saints had to be careful. Lin Xian naturally felt a sense of crisis. Was this the 49 layered heavens? He was indeed powerful. But so what? He laughed coldly and charged towards the sky. He waved his golden fists, and 2 golden crows flew in the sky. Boom! The thunder tribulation that filled the sky exploded. The entire sky was torn apart. Not only that, but the 9th heaven was also torn into 2 by him. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the sun god of war, unstoppable. The saint of the silver lightning race continued to attack with a dark expression. He knew that the 9th heaven should not be able to harm the other party. Therefore, he gradually increased his attacks. 12 layers of heaven. He suppressed it. This time, the thunder and lightning were even more violent and terrifying than before. It carried with it the danger of destroying the world. However, it was still destroyed by Lin Xian with 1 punch. 24 layers of heaven. The saint of the silver lightning race roared again with a cold expression. This time, the 24 layers of heaven pressed down. Not only that, but a figure also appeared in the thunder of the 24 layers of heaven. It was a huge creature that looked very ferocious. It looked like a qilin or a lion. It was a thunder lake. It was a divine beast of lightning. Heavens, he could actually evolve such a thing. Oh no, the saint of the great Xia dynasty was injured by this thunder beast. Would that person also be injured? He must be able to withstand it. These people exclaimed. In the sky, the huge lightning beast let out a roar. Along with the divine lightning that filled the sky, it quickly charged over. It was surrounded by Tao patterns, forming a terrifying divine chain that displayed an extremely powerful destructive power. However, Lin Xian was still fearless. He strode forward. Under his feet, a golden light flickered and turned into a golden dragon. A piercing light burst out from his eyes like 2 golden divine swords. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed golden. Slash! Lin Xian roared. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he waved his arm and used his entire arm as a giant sword. With 1 strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The thunder beast in front was split in half with a bang and let out a miserable howl. The 24 layers of heaven were also shattered. Uft! The saint of the silver lightning race was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of saint blood and pierced through the void. He was injured. How was this possible? Damn it! Our sage is actually injured. No, I don't believe it. The creatures of the 10,000 ancient races roared crazily. They were all stunned. The people of the silver lightning race screamed crazily. Patriarch! They did not expect their patriarch to be injured. On the side of the human race, their faces were filled with shock. Defeated, he actually defeated the lightning lake. He broke the 24 layers of heaven. Heavens! Where did this person come from? He was too terrifying. 1 strike could split the sky and the earth. Poof! The saint of the silver palace retreated hundreds of thousands of miles before he could stop. His face became ferocious. Ah! With a furious roar, the sky shattered. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xian had actually broken his thunder beast, his 24 layers of heaven, and even injured him? He could not accept this. At the same time, he was shocked. That strike was so terrifying that even he was shocked. Damn it! You have completely infuriated me. 36 layers of heaven. Endless thunder rumbled in the sky as the 36 layers of heaven pressed down once again. This time, the thunder formed many thunder palaces with mysterious power. Tao inscriptions danced on the palaces, and the precepts filled the air as they quickly descended from the sky. Not good. This power was too terrifying. It was much stronger than the 24 layers of heaven. No one would be able to resist it. They would have to use a sacred weapon to resist it. Does he have a sacred weapon? Should I lend one to him? The martial artists of the human race were extremely shocked. This power caused the entire Jade Lake sacred ground to be on the verge of collapse. The sacred weapons continued to rumble. The 7 sages of the human race also took action to stabilize the array of the Jade Lake. The 36 layers of heaven was too terrifying. The sky was filled with immortal palaces, as though they were the palaces of the heavenly court. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He felt a great resistance that seemed to be preventing him from moving forward. Chapter 2864. The golden light on Lin Xian's body became even more piercingly cold. He stretched out his golden hand and grabbed forward. This palm stretched out and covered the sky as if it was the hand of a real fiend god. He grabbed the palaces that filled the sky. Then he squeezed hard. Crack! The palaces that filled the sky were all shattered. Endless thunder danced and pierced through all directions. Below! The archaic army was struck by the lightning and was instantly pierced through, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it! The other sages cast out layers of nomological light screens to protect the lives of the 10,000 Archean races. However, their expressions were extremely gloomy. Shattered, the 36 heavenly palaces were crushed with one pinch. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. The Silver Electric Race's sage was even more dumbfounded. That was the 36 heavens. What a terrifying divine power! However, it was shattered by the other party's palm. How was that possible? Damn it, the 49 heavens! He roared, but before he could activate his divine power, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. He had received 3 divine powers from the other party and didn't intend to passively take it anymore. He planned to take the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and like a golden sword, he tore through space and time and arrived in front of the Silver Electric Race's sage. With a kick, it was as if a huge mountain was crashing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The Silver Electric Race's sage hadn't finished using his divine power, and the 49 heavens in the sky had just formed, but he was already kicked by Lin Xian. With this kick, more than half of his ribs were broken, and his body flew backward like a meteor. He crashed into the marble. Instantly, the ground split open, forming countless cracks. Dust filled the sky, and countless nomological laws and divine chains danced in the air. Boom! In the sky, the 49 heavens that had just formed also quickly dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Because at the sage level, raising a hand was a nomological law, and waving a hand was a divine chain, who would use their fists in close combat. This was simply a battle between barbarians. However, the golden figure in front of him was so powerful that he could crush the 36 heavens with a single hand. At this moment, he was in close combat. With a single kick, he sent the silver lightning saint flying. Heavens, was he really a saint? I don't know. I've never seen him use the laws. He only saw him using the power of his physical body. It was too strange. The experts of the human race discussed animatedly among themselves. The eyes of the saints of the human race flickered. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Regardless of whether the other party had used any nomological laws, the consequences of this alone were extremely terrifying. To be able to send a sage flying with a single kick, they felt like they were dreaming. Damn it, no, I don't believe it. The archaic kings screamed like they had gone mad. How could the other party be so strong? The other 11 saints' mouths also twitched. Damn barbarians, human ants, they're too despicable. They didn't expect that the other party would engage in close combat. However, what shocked them the most was how strong the physique of a sage was. So what if it was close combat? If a sage stood there and didn't fight back, a group of archaic kings wouldn't be able to break through the sage's defense. But now, the other party had sent the silver lightning saint flying with a single kick and even injured him. This meant that the other party was definitely at the sage level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through the sage's defense. Damn it, this guy was really strange. He was clearly a sage, but he didn't use any nomological laws and only used the power of his physical body to resist. Could it be that he had some restrictions? The blood moon race's archaic saint frowned. What restrictions? Despicable human, you're provoking us. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. In his opinion, it wasn't that the other party wouldn't attack, but that he wouldn't use any nomological laws. This was obviously looking down on them. How could they tolerate this? The other saints also had gloomy expressions. Why don't we attack together and kill him? These people all had the same thought, but at this moment, a saint of the Yi family stood out and shouted coldly. What? You want to attack together? Is this the glory of the ancient race? As a member of the 10,000 ancient races, you don't even have this much confidence? Hearing this voice, the saints of the 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth. Damn it, they couldn't attack anymore, because they couldn't afford to lose face. Indeed, they thought that they were high and mighty, that they had the noblest bloodline flowing in their bodies, and the humans were ants. Now, a group of high and mighty existences like them had to besiege an ant. How could they do that? Their pride didn't allow them to do that. Therefore, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. But there was nothing they could do. All of a sudden, everyone's gazes shifted to the distance. What happened to the silver lightning race's saint under the ground? Boom! 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 The ground below began to tremble, and large cracks appeared in all directions that were tens of millions of miles long. It continued to spread. The entire ground was cut into several pieces. A figure drilled out of the ground and roared at the sky. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. This person was an expert of the silver lightning race. He was mad with anger. The other party had actually injured him with a kick and broken his divine ability. This was intolerable. He swore that he would tear the other party into pieces. However, as soon as he left the ground, a long leg stepped on his head and stomped him down again. Crack! Crack! The silver lightning race's saint's head was deformed. Do you still want to get up and resist? Today, I'll trample you under the feet of the humans. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped on the other party's head with one foot and looked in all directions with a disdainful gaze. This scene was simply too shocking. Everyone was stunned. The entire world was terrifyingly silent. Only their hearts were beating nonstop. So powerful, so domineering. The people from the human race were stunned. The sacred masters and sect masters were also shocked. The saints were even more so. The young disciples fainted from excitement as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other hand, the archaic army was roaring crazily. No, damn it, take your foot away. We'll kill you. We must kill you. Let go of our patriarch. They screamed crazily. The archaic saints were their patriarchs and their pride. But now, someone was stepping on their head, and they could not resist at all. This was intolerable. Damn it, let go of our patriarch. The 8 archaic kings of the silver lightning race charged over. They held ancient treasures in their hands and connected them to form a terrifying attack that charged toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, The 8 divine rainbows transformed into golden swords that slashed into the distance. Immediately, the 8 archaic kings were cut in half. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies split open and blood spurted out. This scene was extremely tragic. Chapter 28:65. Powerful, he's too powerful. He raised his hand to kill the primordial king and stepped on the head of the primordial saint in a domineering manner. What kind of person is he? Could it be that he's the reincarnation of a great emperor? Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. The primordial saint of the silver lightning race roared crazily. His lungs were about to explode from anger. He had never been humiliated like this. No one had ever dared to hurt him, let alone step on his head. But now, he was so aggrieved in front of a human. He couldn't stand it. However, no matter what laws he used or what divine abilities he used, he couldn't escape from the other party's feet. How is this possible? How is this possible? The silver lightning races, Saint roared crazily. He couldn't escape from the other party's feet. This is too unbelievable. Lin Xian could feel that the saint below him wanted to break free. He sneered. Stop struggling. You can't break free at all. He had mastered the 9-yang divine art, and his strength was terrifying. Although he didn't use any laws, the power of his physical body was not something that the other party could contend with. Damn it! The silver lightning races, Saint roared. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes, and his head exploded. That energy could destroy the heavens and the earth. The terrifying energy combined with the saint's blood turned into a ferocious beast that charged towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear him apart. Oh no, that saint actually self-destructed. The human warriors in the distance exclaimed. The eyelids of those sect leaders twitched wildly. A saint didn't hesitate to self-destruct. The consequences were definitely terrifying. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely engulfed. The place where he was turned into a black hole that spread in all directions. Nothing could stop it. Everyone retreated crazily. The human saints even held sacred artifacts in their hands and launched terrifying attacks that cut through everything. Whoosh! The silver lightning races, Saint retreated. In the distance, his head reassembled. Although his face was pale, he revealed a sinister sneer. Damn it, you want me to self-destruct in order to kill you? How despicable. Don't worry, although you're dead, I'll kill all of your fellow humans. I want you humans to bleed to the last drop of blood. The killer's intent on his body overflowed into the sky and transformed into rays of rainbow that pierced through the 9 heavens. Because he was truly enraged. He would not rest until he killed all of the human race. The rest of the Supreme Ancient Army also roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha! What kind of human expert is this? That's all there is to it. That's right, even though he's formidable, he's still no match for our ancestor in the end. You humans will definitely die today. These people's eyes were also red. Like demons, they were ready to attack. It was over. On the human side, their hearts fell from heaven to hell. Their faces were filled with despair. Some of them even knelt on the ground and started crying crazily. Was the gold-like man also killed? They didn't dare to imagine that the other party was so powerful that he could trample an ancient saint under his feet. He was their savior. But now, the other party was swallowed up by the terrifying black hole and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the expressions of the other sacred leaders and sect masters, he knew that the other party was most likely dead. As expected, the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters turned ugly. The 7 sages also had gloomy expressions. The supreme ancient army in the distance was like a black cloud that pressed over. Despicable human, go to hell! They laughed sinisterly. With a boom, the endless black hole was torn open, and the gold-like figure walked out again. How dare they attack again? Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw those figures charging over again. The light on his body transformed into 108,000 sharp swords that slashed in all directions. Puff! Puff! The supreme ancient army was mercilessly destroyed. Their bodies split open and turned into a sea of blood again. Damn it! The people from the 10,000 ancient races felt their hearts being torn apart. Their elite had fallen again. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was not dead. The other party was walking over. How was that possible? How was the other party unharmed after such a violent energy attack? What kind of physique was that? Could it be that he really had a greater mastery of the sage physique? How dare you self-destruct? Let's see how many times you can self-destruct. Lin Xian tore through the void and charged over again. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Silver Lightning Race's sage. Damn it, get lost! The Silver Lightning Race's sage roared crazily when he saw this. The 5-colored lightning on his body formed a lightning blade, and he slashed out. The terrifying blade light was like a huge mountain ridge that pressed down from the sky. At the same time, the Silver Lightning Race's sage opened his mouth and spat. The sky was filled with thunder. The entire world was shaking. The mountains in the distance were directly shattered. Numerous cracks began to appear on the ground. The terrifying thunderbolts transformed into flying swords made of thunder and lightning that shot towards Lin Xian. These flying swords all carried Taoist patterns and flashed with nomological laws. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. This scene caused everyone to hold their breaths. This method was simply too powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body, and the 9 suns' divine fire burned fiercely. It fought against the thunder that filled the sky. The small flying swords were enveloped by the 9 suns' divine fire and instantly melted. The Taoist patterns on them also burned. Lin Xian's fist transformed into a terrifying golden crow that charged forward and blasted the 5-colored blade light away. At the same time, his leg flew up and lashed forward like a divine whip. With a bang, the Silver Lightning Race's sage was sent flying again. Whoosh! Lin Xian followed closely behind like a shadow. He stepped out with a long foot, and it pressed down from the sky like an ancient mountain. Boom! This foot once again trampled on the Silver Lightning Race's sage. Everyone was stunned. The Silver Lightning Race's sage was so angry that he fainted. His head was stepped on again. It was the same scene, the same action, and he could not escape. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to self-destruct. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He exerted force with his foot and directly crushed the sage's head. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded and blood splattered everywhere. This time, it was not self-destruction. Instead, it was the saint's head that was stomped to smithereens. Boom! Lin Xian's foot landed on the sage's body, and his body was torn into pieces. Sage blood surged in the sky. This scene was simply too terrifying. A sage's body was blasted into pieces. They knew that with the means of a sage, it was impossible for him to die so easily. However, this was the first time they had seen a sage being blasted into pieces. It was too tragic. That golden figure was simply too powerful. Was this the power of the 9 suns' divine body? Why do I feel that he has a greater mastery 9 suns' divine body? The sacred lords, grand elders, and the sages of the human race discussed in low voices. The Silver Lightning Race's sage regrouped and charged over crazily. However, he was once again blasted into pieces by Lin Xian's punch. Chapter 2866. He did not use any laws. His fists were simple and direct, and he could easily shatter the sage's body. Buzz! Suddenly, the void behind Lin Xian cracked open, and a blood-red light shot out. The light was too sudden, and it was impossible to guard against it. It was extremely fast, and there were Tao patterns on it. Obviously, another kind of sage had made a move. Oh no! All the human race martial artists exclaimed, and they started to worry about the golden figure. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He did not expect someone else to make a move. Shameless indeed. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a palm strike behind him. With a boom, Lin Xian's palm strike sent the red light flying. The red light flew out and turned into a blood-red moon. It floated in the sky with monstrous Tao patterns. It was the sage of the Blood Moon clan. He had made a move. The human race martial artists in the distance exclaimed. They did not expect the second true Archean sage to make a move. Were they trying to bully him with numbers? The human race's sage had terrifying law divine chains on his body, and he was about to make a move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and charged toward the Blood Moon clan sage. A huge hand covered the sky and blasted out like a demonic mountain, courting death. In the sky, the Blood Moon clan's sage roared. The blood-red moon behind him could suppress the world. At this moment, he was enraged when he saw Lin Xian attacking him. The blood-red Tao patterns on his body turned into divine swords that pierced down from the sky. Soon, they collided with Lin Xian's golden palm. There was a boom in the sky, and it sounded like a heavenly tribulation. Sparks flew from the golden palm, but it was not injured. Instead, the terrifying force shattered all the blood swords. The Blood Moon clan sage. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The golden palm struck out, trying to capture the Blood Moon clan sage, courting death. How dare you? The Blood Moon clan sage roared. He activated the blood-red moon behind him and charged toward Lin Xian with endless law. At the same time, the Saint of the Silver Lightning clan charged over again. Divine chains of order flashed in the sky, bringing with them a terrifying power of thunder and a terrifying blood-red killing aura. At this moment, the two great sage fighters were going all out against Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. Oh no, that person is in danger. That's right, no matter how strong he was, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of two saints. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races? How shameless! The humans on the side of the human race roared madly. Indeed, he didn't expect the other party to use such a method of outnumbering him. Ancestor, make a move! The human warriors looked at the 7 saints. However, the ancient sages in the sky sneered. You want a group battle? We don't mind playing with you. Their auras descended and stared at the human saints below. If the human saints made any movements, they would attack mercilessly. In terms of numbers, they far outnumbered the humans. Damn it! The human saints' face darkened. They had no choice. This was their current disadvantage. If they could use their trump cards, they would be able to reverse the situation. However, they couldn't use their trump cards. Therefore, at this moment, they could only watch as the golden figure in front of them was besieged by the 2 saints. Buzz! The golden hand grabbed the blood moon in the sky and squeezed hard. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the blood-colored moon. Boom! Then it shattered. The saint of the Blood Moon clan was sent flying while vomiting blood. Countless cracks appeared on his body. Even his divine chains of order had dimmed. This scene stunned everyone. Another palm had shattered the blood moon. This scene caused the same commotion as when the other party had shattered the 36 levels of heaven with a single palm. Die for me! At this moment, the Saint of the Silver Lightning clan also appeared behind them. The 5-colored lightning on his body blasted forward. Each bolt of lightning was formed by the precepts. At this moment, they were densely packed and turned into an inescapable net. The intertwining of the lightning made everyone tremble. Even the human saints had solemn expressions. This was because the 5-colored lightning posed a great threat to them. However, it didn't have much of an effect on Lin Xian. The strength of Lin Xian's body was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, when the 5-colored lightning struck Lin Xian's body, it didn't cause any damage at all. Instead, the Saint of the Silver Lightning clan was sent flying again by Lin Xian's kick. The saint's body was torn apart and shattered again. This was the power of the 10,000 ancient races. They were only SOSO. Lin Xian stood in the void and looked around disdainfully. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. 2 against 1, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. He suppressed the 2 primordial saints. The heavens were too powerful. Was this the power of the human race? The cultivators in the jade pool were extremely excited. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races' faces were gloomy. They were about to faint from anger. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Too powerful. The other party was indeed too powerful. They had probably never dreamed of this scene. The saints of the Silver Lightning Clan and the Blood Moon Clan were so angry that they shouted, "Kill!" The 2 of them attacked again. If they didn't kill this kid in front of them, they would be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't show any mercy at this moment. They used their nomological great Daos. An entire world shook rapidly. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian didn't use any nomological laws. The power of a greater mastery divine body was enough to deal with the current situation. One had to know that when the 9-Sun Sword Saint was alive, he was extremely shocking. A greater mastery 9-Sun divine body wasn't weaker than a greater mastery sacred body. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the power to collapse the heavens with a raise of his hand. A great battle broke out, but after 50 moves, the 2 saints fled miserably. They were beaten up 7 or 8 times, and even their souls were injured. Their nomological laws were about to be destroyed. This shocked them. The person in front of them was like a god of death. He far surpassed them, and they didn't dare to fight again. The 10,000 ancient races were only SOSO. Lin Xian stood in the sky like a god, looking down at the people below. It made the army of the 10,000 ancient races tremble. The faces of the ancient royal family members were also pale. The expressions of the other ancient saints were terrifying. Damn it! Since when were they intimidated by the threat of the human race? They wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Who's going to kill him? In front, a saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly, "Damn!" A saint of the Tiango clan walked out. He opened his huge head and bit at Lin Xian. Instantly, the originally bright sky became dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. Not good, the Tiango lunar eclipse. Below, the cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground trembled. Many of them lay on the ground, and their souls were about to be crushed. Rumor had it that the Tiango clan could devour the moon. They originally thought that it was just an exaggeration, but now it seemed that the Tiango clan saint could really do that. This time, it was as if the entire sky was swallowed. Chapter 2867. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly dog saint sneered. Their race was known as the Moon Devourer. That was not a lie. Moreover, they did not simply swallow things. There was a terrifying power in their bodies that could refine everything. Even if a saint was swallowed, he would most likely die. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly dog saint threw his head back and laughed. However, he was soon unable to laugh anymore. That was because his head had been smashed apart. In the endless darkness, a golden light shone and pierced through the sky. Immediately after, the heavenly dog saint screamed in pain. His saint blood floated down. His teeth were shattered, and his head was torn apart. A golden figure rushed out of the darkness. It was Lin Xian. "Do you think you can swallow me?" After Lin Xian came out, he stomped on the ground and punched the heavenly dog saint's body into pieces again. Another saint was injured. His body was destroyed. The 10,000 Archean races could not believe it. The other saints were even more shocked. "All of you back down." "I'll do it." An old voice sounded. This time an old man walked out. Divine flames surged on his body, making him look like a god of fire. The saint of Fire Chilin Cave. He was the saint of the primordial royal family. These people were terrified. The heavenly dog race and the blood moon race were all primordial royal families. They were powerful. However, They were still inferior to the primordial royal family. Now, the saint of the primordial royal family was finally going to make a move. A flaming divine spear appeared in the old man's hand. It emitted a monstrous light, and Tao patterns filled the sky. The Qilin spear, a sacred artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying and famous sacred artifact. It was created by an expert in the primordial era. It had been sleeping together with the fire Qilin cave for countless years. Now, it finally saw the light of day again. The Qilin spear was able to suppress everything. Even the saints felt threatened, let alone the sect masters, sacred ancestors, and ordinary martial artists. They could not breathe at all. Everything was over. The old saint of the fire Qilin cave harumphed coldly. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, emitting a terrifying light. A terrifying saint's aura directly pierced through the void. Wang. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and stabbed at Lin Xian's head. "So fast, so strong!" everyone exclaimed. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the spearhead in front of him. What? He wanted to face the Qilin spear head-on, catching a saint weapon with his bare hands? These people were extremely shocked, especially the experts from the 10,000 ancient races. They cried out in surprise. He could not believe it. The archaic kings of the fire Qilin cave all laughed coldly. This brat was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? You want to take our saint's attack with your bare hands? Just you wait, he'll be beaten to pieces. As expected, the moment the Qilin spear was grabbed, the flames on it surged to the heavens and turned into a fire Qilin, wanting to kill Lin Xian completely. On Lin Xian's body, the 9-yang divine flame rushed out and turned into a huge flame dragon, tangling with the fire Qilin. "It's useless. Your flames can't hurt me at all." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. At the same time, his other hand also held the Qilin spear. With an angry roar, he swung the spear and directly smashed the fire Qilin caves, saint downwards. Boom! This attack caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless mountains were broken and countless land sank. A terrifying power rushed in all directions like a dragon's aura. What? So strong! This scene stunned everyone, especially the 10,000 ancient races. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly and their souls were trembling. Could it be that even the saint of the ancient royal family was no match for him? Wang. In the sky, a divine light lit up and flew towards Lin Xian. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge had made his move. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and attacked again. The divine Phoenix Ridge was also one of the ancient royal families. Their saint was also incomparably terrifying. It was a woman with a cold expression. At this moment, she raised her jade-like hand and directly turned it into a golden sword light, forming an eternal killing move. Wang. Lin Xian was still fearless. He punched out and directly collided with the eternal light. In the next moment, he frowned, because he discovered that the light suddenly opened up and formed a terrifying power that enveloped him. Damn it! Self-destructing an ancient treasure. Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was so decisive that she didn't hesitate to use the power of a saint and the power of an ancient treasure to attack him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In front of them, a terrifying light flickered, so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The terrifying power rumbled, causing their ears to bleed. The light on Lin Xian's body was also torn apart. The 9 suns' divine fire danced in the sky. Could it be that that person was injured? On the other side, the 10,000 ancient race, martialists, also laughed sinisterly. This time he's dead for sure. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned, and their pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? The other party wasn't injured. The human race cultivators also began to scream. What? It's him, it's actually him. Heavens, they were about to faint, because they had discovered something extremely inconceivable. At this moment, the young cultivators Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, and the others were dumbfounded. Not only them, but the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian, how could it be him? That's right. Now that the golden light on Lin Xian's body had been torn apart, revealing his face, the human cultivators naturally saw it. The people from the 10,000 ancient races also saw it. Damn it, Central Sovereign Lin Xian. How could that human prodigy be him? How could he have such powerful strength? What a human prodigy! Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Damn it, isn't he from the younger generation? How could he be a saint? The archaic kings also screamed. They really couldn't understand what was going on. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect the divine Phoenix Ridge's saint to be so powerful that he could break through his protective light. He had revealed his true face. But so what? So what if he recognized his identity? Today he would defeat the 10,000 ancient races with a tyrannical attitude. Could it be that he just looked like him? That's right, maybe he's that kid's ancestor. Otherwise, how could that kid have the divine Nine-Young body? If you say so, it's possible. Everyone discussed spiritedly. They felt that this figure wasn't Lin Xian, but one of Lin Xian's ancestors. It seemed that Lin Xian's identity was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was so powerful. They discussed spiritedly, but soon they were stunned. Some even fainted because the golden figure in the sky spoke in a deep voice. That's right, I'm Lin Xian. I'm Central Sovereign Lin Xian. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank. What? Lin Xian? He's really Lin Xian. Heavens, this is impossible. Dream, I must be dreaming. Chapter 2868. Could it be that he was a sage himself? These people were all stunned. Central Emperor Lin Xian, who in the world did not know him? Who did not know him? He was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He had the potential to become a great emperor in the future and compete with the other races. However, no matter how dazzling you were still a genius of the younger generation. How heaven-defying could you be? Although you could defeat the elders, you weren't a match for the sect leaders. But now, this young genius in front of them had far surpassed the sect leaders. Even the primordial sages weren't a match for him. He had stomped a primordial sage into the ground with one foot. Was he still human? This was heaven-defying. What was going on? These people wanted to ask, but they were stopped by the Yi family head and Queen Mother of the West. Don't ask too much. We'll talk about it after the dark turmoil is over. They now knew that Lin Xian was their hope. No matter how he got his strength, defeating the 10,000 ancient races was the most important thing. Yes, Hall Master Lin, do your best. The elders cheered. Those young disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Lin Xian, you're my great Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. Great Lin Xian, I knew you were the best. Great God, I love you to death. Lin Xian of the Middle Emperor was indeed worthy of his reputation. This was the aura of a young great emperor. He was definitely a future great emperor. The martialists of the human tribe cried out in alarm. The sacred masters and sacred masters were also shocked. Yi, Wu Dao, Wu Qin, Gu Santong, and the great Xia prince of the younger generation were also stunned. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also shocked. It was indeed Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian, I knew it was you. The two of them had already guessed it. They weren't too sure, but now they were sure. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, especially the primordial sages. Their faces turned green. If the other party was a super strong cultivator, they would admit defeat. After all, the human clan had been in business for so many years. They would definitely have one or two extremely terrifying saints. However, the other party did not have a strong background, nor was he a super expert that had been passed down since ancient times. He was just a young genius. He was a young junior. How many years could he have cultivated for? More than 100 years? However, such a person was actually able to trample them underfoot and beat them into pieces. How could they tolerate this? Damn it! Damn it! Those immemorial kings roared like they had gone mad. The faces of these ancient saints turned cold. No, this kid couldn't be a real saint. He must have obtained power for some reason. No matter what, he had to kill him first. No one can provoke us, and no one can stop us. The human race must be destroyed. No matter how powerful a saint was, he would not be able to stop them. The expressions of the primordial sages were cold. So what if the other party was strong? As long as it wasn't the motherfucking human king who was resurrected, no one could stop them. Let's go. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons took a deep breath. Then 3 figures walked out, suppressing the world. Endless laws danced in the air as the humans screamed. The 3 great sage attacked, and they were saints from the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chilin Cave, respectively. The 3 royal families were going to join forces. Shameless! How dare you fight 1 against 3? And you even beat up our young geniuses? Have all of you primeval saints been living like dogs all this time? That's right, what noble bloodline. High and mighty? You're worse than ants. Shameless to the extreme. The people below screamed crazily. This was too disadvantageous for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn, although he had fused with a greater success divine body now. After all, this body had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and the other party was a saint of the 3 royal families. If they joined forces, they would definitely pose a huge threat to him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Senior, it seems like you're going to use your divine ability. I know. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's voice sounded from his soul. Then use it. I will use the last bit of my life to make a contribution to the human race. Previously, Lin Xian didn't use his divine ability when he fought with those ancient saints. Therefore, he didn't consume too much of the 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul. But now it was different. In the face of 3 primeval saints who came from the royal family, he had to use some great divine abilities. Using great divine abilities would consume the 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He had to think carefully about every step and every divine ability. He couldn't waste them. In the sky, the 3 saints floated over and surrounded Lin Xian. Worski's powerful divine consciousness danced in the air, forming a special world that completely enveloped Lin Xian. Wind, the saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons, was a middle-aged man. His expression was very cold, and the green scales on his body carried a heavy aura. With a cold shout, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth. The entire world turned into a green storm as if it was about to destroy the world. The law of wind. This saint comprehended the law of wind. Everyone cried out in alarm. Below, the Jade Lake's sacred ground was also on the verge of collapse, as if it would be overturned by the violent wind at any moment. Fortunately, the many saints worked together to suppress the Jade Lake. But other places weren't so lucky. Hundreds of thousands of feet tall mountains were instantly razed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and one black hole after another formed in space. Lin Xian suffered even more intense attacks. Each of those wind blades carried runes and laws. They could easily kill the sacred leaders and sect masters. They could even pose a great threat to the lives of saints. At this moment, they were charging towards him from all directions. Through their previous observation, these ancient saints discovered that the other party hadn't used the divine chains of laws. This made them suspect that the other party didn't know any laws. However, the other party's close combat was very terrifying. Therefore, they wouldn't engage in close combat with the other party. The 3 saints attacked with laws from afar. The laws of the 3 of them were extremely terrifying. In addition to the wind laws of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was also the fire laws of the fire Qilin cave, the cloud laws of the divine Phoenix Ridge. All of them charged towards Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. The powerhouses on the human side cried out in alarm. That's right, he was powerful in close combat, but his laws were weak. This point was also discovered by those ancient saints. They didn't know if Lin Xian could contend against them. Everyone started to worry. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. That kid is dead for sure. Humph, just you wait, he's finished. Under the 3 great laws, he will definitely die. Boom, boom. The 3 great laws enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, and the light and flames on his body jumped, forming a long sword. He held it in his hand. Chapter 2869. A terrifying aura erupted and soared into the sky like a peerless divine sword. The terrifying light was like a wave, causing the entire sky to boil. What was that? Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this scene. Even the sages' eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too astonishing. In the sky, the world formed by the 3 great laws was torn apart in an instant. An earth-shattering light shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Tao patterns flickered all over the sky. Divine chains danced in the air, and a terrifying sword cry echoed between heaven and earth. This was the power of laws. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders trembled in shock. In the distance, the primordial kings were terrified. Laws. The other party actually used the laws. Damn it, how was this possible? The other party wasn't a melee expert and didn't know how to use the laws? They were truly stunned. Didn't know how to use the laws? You guys are really naive. Previously, you guys were too trash, so I disdained to use the laws. Today, I'll let you see what a true law is. Lin Xian snorted coldly. As he spoke, the golden sword fell crazily, bringing with it endless laws. Damn it, block it for me. The 3 primordial sages roared. The wind law, fire law, and cloud law quickly charged forward. Boom, boom. The 4 great laws collided in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Endless Tao patterns flickered, each of them capable of killing a sacred leader. So what if he had the laws? He wasn't a match for the 3 great sage at all. Those primordial kings comforted themselves, but in the next moment they fainted from fright, because in the sky the 3 great laws were broken once again. A cold sword light illuminated the entire world. The 3 sages all vomited blood and were sent flying. Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons had an arm cut off, and the sage of the fire Qilin cave was cut in half at the waist. The sage of the divine Phoenix Ridge was split in half. They were injured. Damn it, the 3 great sage were all injured. This was impossible. I don't believe it. Those primordial kings screamed crazily. The other primordial kings' pupils constricted. How was this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? 1 sword strike injured the 3 great sage. What kind of law was this? What method? The human experts were equally shocked. The sacred leader of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family gasped. It was too terrifying. They were extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the legendary 9-yang sword art? It was really possible. The other experts also cried out in surprise. Was the long-lost 9-yang sword technique about to reappear in the world? It was truly shocking. The 9-yang divine body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, so the 9-yang sword technique was naturally lost as well. Some time ago, Lin Xian displayed the 9-yang divine body, which shocked the world. Many experts were envious and wanted to obtain the cultivation method of this physique. However, what surprised them was that although Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, he had never used the 9-yang sword technique before. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian might not have obtained the cultivation method of the nine-yang sword technique. This made everyone feel regretful. The reason for that was because the nine-yang sword technique was one of the most frightening sword techniques in the world. It was extremely masculine and filled with boundless power. As soon as the sword technique was unleashed, the sword burned the 9 heavens and split the heaven and earth. It could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. Now, the crowd was finally able to witness the long-lost sword art in Lin Xian's hands. The nine-yang sword technique was the human race's nine-yang sword technique. On the other side, a saint of the 10,000 ancient races also spoke in a deep voice. This was the saint of the blue ghoul race. His expression was abnormally gloomy. At this moment, there were countless green laws around him, forming ghost heads that blocked the sword energy that filled the sky. However, those ghost heads were suppressed until they were dim. Damn it, the power of masculine and masculine is my natural counter. The saint of the blue ghoul race gritted his teeth. That's right, he was from the blue ghoul race and cultivated an evil power. As for the nine-yang sword technique, it was the power of masculine and masculine. Previously, when the other party used the nine-yang divine body, he had already noticed this. He didn't expect it at that time. However, when he saw the sword light, he immediately screamed. The nine-yang sword technique was already very famous before the 10,000 ancient races fell into hibernation. Human experts who cultivated the nine-yang sword technique could also compete with them. Who would have thought that they would encounter this sword technique again after awakening? Damn it, he's the successor of the nine-yang. Kill him, we must kill him. The saint of the blue ghoul race roared crazily. The other saints also had serious expressions. During the 10,000 ancient races, the 10,000 ancient races were strong while the human race was weak. However, the human race hadn't been destroyed. The reason was that the human race had several peerless experts. Although there weren't many of them, their strength wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 ancient races. They could even suppress the 10,000 ancient races. Back then, it had caused a huge shock. However, what made the 10,000 ancient races let out a sigh of relief was that there were simply too few such human experts. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. If there were a little more of such experts, the human race wouldn't be an ant-like existence anymore. It would definitely be one of the strongest races. Back then, those human great emperors hadn't appeared yet. However, there were a few people who were still fresh in the minds of the 10,000 ancient races. One of them was the Saint Body. Back then, he already had a greater success Saint Body. Although he didn't become a great emperor, the power of the Saint Body was still fresh in their memories. The second was the successor of the nine-yang, the nine-yang divine body and the nine-yang sword art. Back then, he had dominated the world and killed many 10,000 ancient races. This was something that the 10,000 ancient races would never forget. The third was the successor of the nine-yin. The nine-yin and nine-yang were two very ancient cultivation methods of the human race. However, the successor of the nine-yin had long been lost. The two ancient inheritances of the human race were slow, and everyone thought that they had disappeared. They didn't expect that they would appear now. Therefore, these 10,000 ancient races were very ferocious. They didn't allow the successor of the nine-yang to appear, because the shadow that the successor of the nine-yang had caused back then was too great for them. Lin Xian was equally astonished. To be able to injure 3 saints with a single slash, the swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Huff! The nine-yang sword saint's soul slowly exhaled. He was much weaker than before. Lin Xian hurriedly took out a treasure. Senior, quickly consume it. The nine-yang sword saint's soul was enveloped by countless treasures. Kid, this is the nine-yang sword art. I can only use one move now. You have to watch carefully. If you miss any move, the nine-yang sword art will really be lost. The nine-yang sword art? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had wanted to obtain this sword art before, but he hadn't been able to find it. He didn't expect that he would be able to use the Nine-Yang sword art personally now. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely remember it. I will definitely not let the Nine-Yang sword art be lost. Very good. The Nine-Yang sword saint's soul was gratified. You have already sensed the power of the greater success Nine-Yang divine body. I will also impart the cultivation method of the divine body to you. Chapter 2870. Who would have thought that it was actually the lost successor of the Nine Sons? The 12 ancient saints' faces were gloomy. So what if it's the successor of the Nine Sons? Back then, you weren't an invincible existence. Now, you're still not a match for the 10,000 ancient races. You're still far from it. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. The aura on his body was completely released, and his dragon head was incomparably ferocious. Dragon blood surged, causing everyone to tremble. Dragons were indeed worthy of being the top existences. The power of their bloodline had already reached a level that made people despair. In the next moment, in the endless storm, green dragons danced in the wind, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, 9 fire cheelants also appeared. The 9 heads were incomparably huge, and the flames on their bodies were even more terrifying. This was a unique move that could already kill a saint. Feng Qin, the female saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge, took out a guqin and played it non-stop. The sound of the guqin tore through the sky and earth, causing everyone to vomit blood. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying demonic sound howled as it also enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he brandished the 9 Sons' sword technique and quickly charged over. In the sky, the azure dragons were chopped into pieces one after another. The terrifying fire cheelants were also beheaded. The terrifying phoenix cry and demonic sound were also destroyed by his sword. Roar! Not only that, in addition to the 9 Sons' sword technique, there was also an earth-shattering dragon roar that resounded through the world. Boom! The dragon blood in the sky surged and even dimmed. Damn it! The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons' expression changed. Great Dragon Sword Soul. This kid also had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Indeed, everyone knew this before. Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul with unparalleled attack power. It had once attracted the pursuit of countless powerhouses and finally disappeared. When he reappeared, he brought this terrifying 9 Sons' divine body back to the world. No one knew what he had experienced in between. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. In the previous battle, the 9-yang divine body and 9-yang sword technique were too terrifying. It made them forget that Lin Xian originally had the great dragon sword spirit. Only now did the dragon cry resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Did everyone remember? Even the soul of the 9 Sons sword saint was trembling with excitement, let alone the humans and the primordial saints. Great Dragon Sword Soul. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Kid, if you can resist the dark turmoil, your future achievements will definitely be much higher than mine. The soul of the 9 Sun sword saint smiled in relief. Perhaps you can really reach the peak of martial arts. As he spoke, his soul began to spread out. The 9-yang sword technique in his hand became even more terrifying. Let's see what kind of power the Great Dragon Sword Soul can display. The 9 Sun sword saint's soul was very happy. This was because he had naturally heard of the power and legends of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was just that he had never had the chance to see it before. Now he did not expect that the young man in front of him would have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Then, when combined with his 9-yang sword technique, how powerful would it be? No one knew. However, it would definitely surpass the 9-yang sword technique alone. Before he died, he would be able to experience the great dragon sword soul, which had the highest attack power. The nine-sun sword saint was very excited. Buzz! An extremely cold sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body, and a fire dragon flew out. This was formed by the fusion of the great dragon sword soul and the nine-yang sword technique. After this fire dragon, 17 more fire dragons appeared. In the sky, 18 fire dragons spewed out and directly sent the 3 great sage cultivators flying again. Not only that, but the bodies of the 3 great sage cultivators split open and were ignited. They screamed in the sky. The sky was filled with divine chains that pierced through the 9 heavens. However, they could not extinguish the flames. The terrifying laws were useless, but they could not heal their bodies. Today I will kill a saint. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and strode forward. Every step he took cracked the void. No, damn it. The ancient saints retreated crazily. Their bodies were still torn apart, wrapped in clouds of blood mist as they fled into the sky. There was nothing they could do. The nine-yang sword technique was too cold. The sun-like flames on it burned them until they were in an incomparably miserable state. They could not be erased in a short period of time. What made them even more terrified was that the other party's sword energy was too sharp, and there was an indestructible will left on it. They knew that this was the power of the great dragon's sword soul. They had to quickly use the power of laws and Dao runes to erase this indestructible will. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. In an instant he arrived near them. The 3 ancient saints were scared out of their wits. The primordial creatures in the distance roared, "Damn, brat, stop! Patriarch, run!" They cried out crazily. These ancient races had never thought that one day their saint would be hunted down. Seal! A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, shaking the surroundings. Immediately after, Lin Xian's body was fixed in midair. Countless black Dao runes surrounded him, imprisoning the entire void. Immobilization technique. It was the 6-eared divine monkey race. The Yi family's saint exclaimed. That's right. Among the 12 saints, one of them was a divine monkey. It held an iron rod in its hand and had boundless strength. Moreover, it knew the even more strange immobilization technique. At this moment, it was the thunderous sound from its mouth that directly immobilized Lin Xian. Kill! The other sages also made their moves. A black iron rod appeared out of nowhere, flickering with terrifying laws as it blasted toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled, and a sickle slashed down like a blood moon. Whoosh! 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 A cold wind blew, and ghost heads filled the air. Each of them could devour a saint. This was the great divine power of the blue ghost race's saint. In an instant, these ancient saints all used their ultimate techniques and charged toward Lin Xian. They had gone too far. On the human side, they roared crazily. The Gu family's saint snorted coldly. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to attack? The power of the void on his body trembled and endless laws danced. Instantly, apart from the black Dao runes around Lin Xian, another black hole appeared and completely swallowed him. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the place where he was shattered by the saint's attack. Void technique. Damn it! These ancient saints roared crazily and turned to stare at the Gu family's saint below. The Gu family had produced a void emperor before, so they naturally knew the void palace technique. This kind of spatial technique was unpredictable and was indeed a headache. They didn't expect the Gu family to save them at the most critical moment. That kid, damn it, keep an eye on him. I can't let them attack anymore. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram emitted a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. It instantly stared at the jade pool. The people in the jade pool felt cold, as if they would be killed at any moment. Damn it, was this an extreme weapon? Even the sage's body began to tremble. Chapter 2871. After suppressing the jade lake below, the primordial saint's gazes pierced through the void, trying to find Lin Xian. Soon, they controlled the azure dragon and struck out with a law. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian appeared in front of everyone again from the endless void. "Kid, let's see how you escape this time. You're dead meat. Kneel down and repent obediently." The primordial saint sneered. The six-eared divine monkey was still worried. It shouted 3 times in a row and used its great divine ability. The sky was filled with black law trash, completely sealing Lin Xian. "This time you can't escape." The primordial saints attacked again. Not good. The human martial artists of the Jade Lake, sacred ground below, were filled with despair. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to die? After all, it was too difficult for one person to fight against so many primordial saints. Moreover, the other party had been frozen by the great divine ability and could not dodge at all. Could the other party's 9-yang divine body withstand the laws of so many saints? They did not know. They were extremely nervous. In the sky, the laws that filled the sky turned into streaks of divine consciousness that quickly charged toward Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You want to freeze me with a mere immobilization technique?" With a furious roar, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Boom! Boom! The sword lights were extremely terrifying. They flickered with astonishing power and instantly shattered all the surrounding black runes. Kill! Lin Xian let out a furious roar as he unleashed the 9 suns sword technique once again. Accompanying it was the power of the great dragon sword soul. Under this attack, the surrounding runes were reduced to ashes. The primordial army vomited blood and retreated, their faces filled with fear. "Leave this place quickly." They also took out their sacred artifacts, and the 10,000 dragons' diagram shone down and enveloped them. Only then did they save their lives. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the long sword in his hand and swept it in all directions. His body was unparalleled, and he was not afraid of the aftershocks at all. However, the saints felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, he actually broke the immobilization technique. The 6-eared divine monkey's expression was ugly. How could the other party be so strong? "Immobilize! Immobilize! Fix!" he shouted coldly again. Black laws covered the sky, but they were mercilessly wiped out by Lin Xian's sword light. Was the fixed body spell very satisfying? Should I beat you up first? Lin Xian stared at the 6-eared divine monkey. The sword slashed out like a huge dragon slashing down from the sky. Clang! The 6-eared divine monkey raised the black iron rod in its hand and faced the incoming attack. Although the black iron rod looked unremarkable, it was a true saint weapon. It was engraved with densely packed Tao runes. At this moment, it was like a black mountain that was rampaging through the sky. Pung pung pung! There was an earth-shattering collision. In the next moment, the 6-eared divine monkey's palm was smashed open by the force, and the black iron staff was sent flying. One of his arms was also shattered by the sword light. It was too terrifying. How terrifying was Lin Xian's sword chi! Even if the 6-eared divine monkey were to use a saint weapon to fight against him, it would still be no match for him. "You want to leave?" Seeing that his opponent was retreating, Lin Xian followed up with another slash. With a slash, the 6-eared divine monkey was split in half. Blood rained down from the sky as the 6-eared divine monkey fled like a madman. The 2 halves of its body quickly merged in the distance. "Kill!" Lin Xian roared again. His terrifying voice resounded through the 9 heavens. He held the divine sword in his hand and charged forward like a peerless god of war. "Today, I will kill a saint." He stared at the silver electric tribe saint. Lin Xian already had a grudge against the silver electric tribe, so he wanted to make an example of him. This time, he would not simply defeat his opponent. He wanted to kill him completely. Only the death of a saint could hurt the 10,000 Archean tribes and intimidate them. Damn it. Get lost. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. His opponent was actually coming for him. This made him both shocked and angry. On one hand, he was terrified of his opponent's strength. On the other hand, he was extremely angry. What was his opponent trying to do? Was he looking down on him? He quickly retreated, and a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back. They were completely formed by the laws. What he cultivated was the law of lightning. Lightning was not only violent in its attacks, but it was also extremely fast. Therefore, at this moment, after the law of lightning formed wings, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint's speed reached the limit. No one below the saint level could see him clearly. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders could not see him clearly. They could only see blurry balls of light shining in the sky. So fast! Among them, the human saints were extremely shocked. In terms of speed, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint did indeed have a unique advantage. Let's see how you're going to hurt me, kid. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint moved quickly and appeared in various directions in the sky. At the same time, he did not idle around. A silver lightning hammer appeared in his hand, and he kept swinging it. With every strike, apocalyptic lightning would descend and shatter the void. Terrifying runes interweaved in the sky and attacked Lin Xian, using the laws to attack from afar. This Silver Electric Tribe's saint was really experienced. The saints of the human race side. Lin Xian frowned. He did not want to waste time with his opponent because the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul could not hold on for long. He had to end the battle quickly. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything to you just because I'm fast? How naive! 9 suns open the sky. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the 9-sun sword technique. A fiery red light soared into the sky. A huge flaming sword shadow soared into the sky. It covered the entire sky. At this moment, every inch of space was filled with the 9-sun sword chi. There was nowhere to hide. As expected, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint was also forced back. No matter how fast he was, he could not dodge. Unless he knew the Gu family's great void technique and hid in the universe. Unfortunately, he did not know how to do that. Therefore, this time he revealed his true form. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sword chi and instantly shattered the other party's wings of lightning. With a crack, the laws in the sky shattered. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Damn it, attack together and kill him. The saint roared crazily. He was no match for his opponent at all. Sure enough, when they heard that, the other saints also attacked. The primordial kings also joined forces in the distance. Together with their ancient treasures, they formed a peerless killing formation and attacked from afar. Lin Xian continued to wave his sword. Divine flames surged in the sky, shattering the peerless formation that had just been formed. Many primordial kings were also killed. The primeval saints in the sky felt their hearts bleed at the sight of this. Buzz! Golden light appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He quickly dodged and avoided the laws of the saints. He quickly chased after the Silver Electric Tribe saint. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint condensed his lightning wings again, trying to escape. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Freeze! Chapter 2872. The 6-eared divine monkey was also stunned. He shook his head and said, It's not me. If it's not you, then who is it? Everyone was stunned. It's that kid. What did you say? It's that kid? Lin Xian. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. Lin Xian was sure? What was he doing? The silver lightning race's saint was also shocked. He sneered. Kid, do you think you can scare me like this? Seriously, before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. His expression was one of horror. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't move. He screamed crazily. Was he really frozen? The people of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The human cultivators were also stunned. How was this possible? Wasn't that the six-eared divine monkey's divine ability? Damn it, the dragon sword soul simulated everything. It was the power of the dragon sword soul. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. Kill him, quickly. We have to kill him, quickly. Everyone rushed toward Lin Xian crazily. A pair of golden wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. Golden runes shone on them. As his wings flapped, his speed instantly increased. Oh no, he's imitating the wings of a lightning Tao divine ability. The silver lightning race's saint's pupils constricted, and his expression was extremely ugly. These golden wings were exactly the same as his lightning wings. The other party was using the dragon sword soul to simulate his divine ability. Moreover, he wanted to use this divine ability to kill him. Damn it! He roared crazily and wanted to struggle, but in the next moment his body was cut in half. The Tao patterns on the pair of golden wings were surrounded by divine chains. They were incomparably sharp. In an instant, the silver lightning race's saint was cut in half. The silver lightning race's saint screamed and wanted to heal. The five-colored divine lightning around him exploded, forming a terrifying energy that blasted away the immobilization technique. He quickly fled into the distance. However, not long after he flew, he was slapped down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and earth. It was like a golden mountain that carried the laws and directly slapped the other party's body into a bloody mist. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been killed long ago. However, saints were so powerful that they could be reborn with just a drop of their blood. Therefore, even though his body was shattered, the silver lightning saint still managed to escape. Thor's shield. He formed 9 shields in front of Shen Tian, and then his body reassembled. Pum! Lin Xian brandished his long sword. The 9-yang sword technique flew out and shattered the 9 thunder god shields on the spot. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions, forming one black hole after another. Whoa! He pointed his finger, and his sword chi exploded the head of the saint of the silver lightning race. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. The saint of the silver lightning race roared like a madman. His body had already been shattered dozens of times by the other party. He had never been humiliated like this before. He decided to burn his own bloodline power to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the power of the great dragon sword spirit had exploded forth, causing his body to be unable to heal. Not only that, even his soul had been injured. 9 suns, soul extinguishing. It was another ultimate move of the 9-yang sword technique. The 9-yang divine fire that filled the sky surged and engulfed the silver lightning saint soul. Ah! The saint of the silver lightning race screamed like a madman. His soul was burning. Damn it, put it out! An endless sea of lightning appeared on his body, trying to extinguish the divine fire. However, he could not do it. The divine fire carried a monstrous power and a terrifying aura of destruction. The other sages also stepped forward one after another, wanting to lend a helping hand. Whoa! Lin Xian's long sword swept in all directions and cut 2 saints in half. The other saints were also forced back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Senior, let me borrow your laws. Lin Xian said in a low voice. In the next moment, endless laws enveloped him. After the great dragon sword spirit gained the power of the laws, it roared as if it had come to life. The saint of the silver lightning race's soul was severely injured and was cut in half. Lin Xian swung his sword a few more times and completely destroyed the saint of the silver lightning race's soul. Now that he had obtained the power of a saint, the might of the great dragon sword soul that was activated in the state of a saint was truly terrifying. The saint of the silver lightning race was killed without being able to put up any resistance. Ruffian Long. Think of a way to collect the saint's blood. Lin Xian said. In the formation below, Ruffian Long quickly gathered the Queen Mother of the West and the Patriarch of the Yi family to collect the blood of the Silver Lightning Race's saint in the sky. Damn it! Patriarch, this is impossible. The ancient army had gone crazy. Has a saint fallen? Endless blood flowed wildly between heaven and earth. The sky split open, forming a huge fissure, and blood rained down. Heaven and earth mourned. The fall of a saint was an extremely terrifying matter. After all, a saint had transcended heaven and earth and comprehended the laws. It was very difficult to become a saint. Among the countless invincible kings, there might not even be one. However, once a saint became one, it would be very difficult for them to fall. It was said to be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, although the soul of the Silver Lightning Race's saint had been destroyed, the sea of blood in the sky roared crazily. Boy, do you really think you can kill me? What, he's not dead? The dark red dragon exclaimed. The saint's blood that he had just collected and the treasures that contained the saint's blood exploded. He was almost caught in the explosion, and he quickly retreated to the jade pool. The other sacred lords could only give up. He's not dead? He's not dead? His soul has been destroyed, but he's still alive? Is this what a saint is like? Could it be that they were immortal? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul sighed. A saint being reborn from a drop of blood was not a legend. Their blood contained everything. It even carried the inheritance and soul imprint. Therefore, even if his soul was destroyed, he would not be killed. Sure enough, the blood of the saints in the distance reformed into a saint. It was the Silver Lightning Race's saint. His face was abnormally pale. His killing intent soared into the sky. Great, the Patriarch is not dead. The ancient army heaved a sigh of relief. The other saints also sneered. Boy, I don't know how you obtained your power. However, you don't understand saints at all. Do you really think you can kill a saint? With just you? You can't do it. Can't do it? You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Isn't it just rebirth from a drop of blood? Watch me destroy all your blood. He shouted coldly, and the 9-Sun divine body shone brightly. The 9-Sun sword covered the sky and earth, forming a world of laws that enveloped the Silver Lightning Race's saint again. Boom! 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 The 9-Sun divine fire combined with the dragon's sword soul turned into a flaming dragon that burned the Silver Lightning Race's saint. Ah, this time, not only was his soul ignited, but his body was also burning fiercely. The blood was evaporated. Then it was destroyed by the sword chi and evaporated again. Chapter 2873. Dead. This time, the Silver Lightning Race's sage was really dead. He could not be resurrected. This scene stunned the 10,000 Archean races. The sage's pupils also constricted. What? Did he really kill the Silver Lightning Race's sage? A strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Patriarch, the primordial life forms of the Silver Lightning Race, roared madly. Their eyes were bleeding, and they fell to the ground. They were about to faint from anger. The primordial kings were also so angry that they vomited blood. Dead. One of their sages was killed just like that. They could not accept this at all. That was a sage. What a terrifying existence. It was absolutely unimaginable to lose one. The other 10,000 Archean races were also terrified. If even a sage could be killed, didn't that mean that the other 11 sages were also in danger? The humans were also shocked. A sage was such a terrifying existence. A drop of blood could kill all of them. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill a sage who could be reborn from a drop of blood. But now they saw a powerful sage die with their own eyes. Moreover, he was killed so easily. This was too shocking. This made them extremely excited. This was because this was done by a young prodigy of the human race. This would probably be recorded in history. That's right, This was an unprecedented feat that would never be repeated in the future. The human sages were also amazed. Perhaps even the ancient emperors were only like this when they were young. Perhaps they might not be able to do it. After all, Lin Xian's current state was too strange. After Lin Xian killed the Silver Lightning Race's sage, he snorted coldly and looked into the distance again. Soon, he fixed his gaze on the Blood Moon Race's sage. Damn it! The Blood Moon Race's sage's hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. Go, let's kill him together. He called out to his companions and prepared to join forces. Kill! Lin Xian also let out a long roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. Boom! The sky split open, and the murderous aura that filled the sky turned into the 9 suns' sword and directly pierced through the Blood Moon Race's sage. Slash! The Blood Moon Race's sage's body was cut in half. Damn it, hurry up and attack! The saint of the Blood Moon clan retreated frantically and reformed his body. His eyes were filled with endless fear. His opponent was too powerful. Just one move was enough to cut him in half. How were they supposed to fight? He had to join forces with others. Do it quickly. The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chillin Cave also roared angrily and prepared to join forces to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian's current speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, his large success 9-yang divine body had already surpassed these ordinary saints. Even the saints of the far ancient imperial family were unable to stop him. Do you think you can still escape? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his 9-yang sword qi and gathered the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It seemed to have turned into a peerless eternity. His body was emitting boundless light like the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Pucci! One ultimate move. 9 suns opened the heavens. It brought with it a monstrous light and terrifying divine fire as it slashed down from the sky. The saints of the Blood Moon clan took out their saint weapons and used their most powerful divine powers. The entire sky was covered by the blood-colored moon, but it was still unable to resist. Under this attack, he was once again cut into 4 pieces. Destroy! Remember, you are the second saint of the primordial era to be killed by me. Lin Xian's voice was cold as the light of the 9 suns covered the sky. Soon, another terrifying divine fire fused with the great dragon sword spirit, forming the 8 desolation fire dragon that also killed the saint of the Blood Moon clan. He no longer existed. The humans were stunned, while the 10,000 ancient races screamed crazily. The people of the Blood Moon clan were also incomparably miserable. Their saint had also fallen. The remaining 10 saints felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was simply too strong. Killing a saint was like cutting cabbage. Damn it, they were too careless. Previously, they thought that the other party's physical body was asking for a beating and that he didn't know the laws. They could join forces to kill him. However, the power of the laws that the other party was using now was simply too terrifying. It far exceeded theirs. This was probably a large success 9-yang divine body. They had such a guess in their hearts. The terrifying power of a large success 9-yang divine body was definitely not something they could imagine. Therefore, the 10 saints did not plan to delay any longer. They quickly used the 10,000 dragons picture to kill him in one strike. Boom! Boom! The 10 saints quickly rose into the sky. Their palms formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies soared into the sky. They communicated with the 10,000 dragons picture. Among them, the 3 saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons were the leaders, and the other primordial era saints were the assistants. They controlled the 10,000 dragons picture together. Buzz! The terrifying 10,000 dragons picture rotated in the sky, releasing a biting cold light. Strands of Extreme Emperor's aura spread out. This was an aura that was even more terrifying than that of a saint. The entire world was trembling. Not a single space was intact. It was filled with black holes and cracks. Some places had even turned into chaotic nothingness. The primordial era army trembled as they knelt on the ground. Fortunately, they had their own extreme weapons this time, so they were enveloped by a ball of extreme light. That was why they were able to survive. However, the Jade Lake was in danger, although there was a peerless array formation and a terrifying saint weapon protecting it. But at this moment, the array formation cracked and the saint weapon dimmed. It could not withstand it at all. Could it be that we're really going to die here? Those cultivators were terrified. The 7 saints had solemn expressions, but the Queen Mother heaved a sigh of relief. Did the other party use an extreme weapon? It was really a blessing in disguise. Although the universal diagram did not specifically target the Jade Lake sacred ground, the Jade Lake still collapsed. The entire sacred ground was torn apart and could be destroyed at any moment. However, at this moment, a primordial aura surged out. A beam of light shot into the sky and froze the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake, which had been torn apart, instantly healed. What's going on? What happened? The primordial era creatures, kneeling on the ground, were stunned. Why was the Jade Lake fine? The 10 primordial era saints' expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's an extreme weapon. Did the 10,000 dragons picture activate the West Emperor Tower? Damn it, don't target the Jade Lake. They cried out in alarm and controlled the 10,000 dragons picture to isolate the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake was an extreme Tao, sacred ground with an extreme weapon suppressing it. They couldn't destroy it at all. Forcefully attacking would only activate the other party's extreme weapon and awaken it. If the West Emperor Tower really awakened, then the 10,000 ancient races would lose their advantage. Therefore, they did not allow the West Emperor Tower to awaken. Big Brother Xian, come quickly. Inside the Jade Lake, Morong Qingqing called out. Xin Jingqiu also shouted, Big Brother Lin Xian, come quickly. That's right. Lin Xian would be safe once he entered the Jade Lake. Before Lin Xian could move, the 10,000 dragons picture in the sky shone down with 10,000 rays of light, cutting off the void and blocking everything. Brat, you can't escape. Be destroyed obediently. He sneered. Chapter 2874. In the sky, the 10,000 dragon picture became more and more terrifying. It was controlled by the 10 saints to avoid the Jade Lake. A terrifying light illuminated the 9 heavens. The 10,000 dragon picture seemed to have come to life as countless giant dragons circled in the sky. At this moment, not only the Jade Lake, but also the entire true spirit world, all living beings were prostrating on the ground. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, it's too terrifying. Is it a saint? No, it's not a saint. A saint doesn't have this power. It's a Dharch. Has the Dharch revived? It's an extreme weapon. Heavens, is someone using an extreme weapon? Countless clans and sects were terrified. The human race had been living on this land for tens of thousands of years. Other than some forbidden lands, the rest of the land was filled with humans. Those who went to the Jade Lake were the top sections. The other families and sects didn't go. Of course, they were all watching closely. Now, they could feel a terrifying pressure coming from the distant east. They were all terrified. Could it be that the battle was so terrifying that they had to use an extreme weapon? This aura? So many dragons. This should be an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. Those people trembled as they looked into the distance. Where are our extreme weapons? Could it be that they weren't used? Heavens, what should we do? Without an extreme weapon, we can't fight against them. Even a saint couldn't, unless a Dharch revived. Buzz! The 10,000 dragon pictures' power shook the heavens and earth. Other than all the living beings in the true spirit world trembling, the other Dharch weapons were also alarmed. Countless people were guarding the Yi family. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled as a shocking light shot into the sky. The celestial emperor cauldron shone brightly. Gu family an ancient mirror circled in the universe, emitting a terrifying dark aura. It was the Gu family's void mirror. The extreme weapons of the Yi and Gu families released a terrifying aura, but it soon quieted down. The 10,000 dragon picture deliberately avoided them. Similarly, the extreme weapons of the Tao East sacred ground, wavering light sacred ground, Great Xia dynasty, Ninli dynasty, and Thousand Buddha temple also quickly dimmed. Northern Plains, Demon King Palace. They were also extreme Tao sacred grounds and had the Demon King Pagoda. At this moment, the Demon King Pagoda also emitted a terrifying aura when it felt the dark aura of the 10,000 dragon picture, but it also quickly dimmed. However, no one knew that in the Demon King's palace, a beautiful woman dressed in white had opened her eyes. Her gaze was as bright as the stars, her Thearchas aura. But Darch Pagoda, so no one felt Darch Pagoda. Darch weapons. This beautiful woman was none other than Yen Ryu. Her body was actually emitting the Emperor's might of an extreme Tao weapon. It was truly shocking. Darch was Darch Jade, Darch Thousand Darch Heaven's Nanling, Yen family. Darch ancient, Darch ancient, Thean, thousand, ancient heaven Theod, of times the thousand ancient races. Darch Tice. Instead, they secretly passed on some information and provided some resources and spirit veins. At this moment, the head of the Yen family and Yen Nantian sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the 10,000 dragons picture, and their eyes flickered. Was he finally going to use an extreme weapon? It seemed like this battle was about to end. With so many sacred masters, sect masters, and experts gathered at the fairy lake, they would probably all die. No one could withstand the might of the extreme Tao. This time the human race was truly destroyed. Don't worry, the human race won't go extinct. Our Yen family will still exist. In the future, we will be the kings of men. The head of the Yen family revealed a hint of fanaticism. Yen Nanshan's eyes also flickered. In the sky, the extreme Tao 10,000 dragons diagram released brilliant light. It was too resplendent, illuminating the entire world. Below, the cultivators in the jade pool trembled and prostrated themselves. Fortunately, because of the West Emperor Tower, their lives were not in danger. However, Lin Xian outside was not necessarily safe. Lin Xian was now floating in the sky and couldn't return to the Jade Lake, so he could only face the extreme grade weapon alone. No, Lin Xian is really in danger. In terms of strength, he was no match for an extreme weapon. He couldn't face an extreme weapon. The sect master and the saints of the human race were extremely anxious. The 7 saints all wanted to leave. However, they were intimidated by the extreme weapon and couldn't move at all. Senior, can you withstand it? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably solemn because the power of the extreme weapon far surpassed the combined power of the 12 saints. Don't worry, if it's an extreme weapon in its peak state, I won't be able to withstand it. But now, it's not powered by a great emperor. It's powered by a few saints. Moreover, the West Emperor Tower is nearby, so it's impossible for them to fully activate it. They must have some scruples. Therefore, it's not difficult to withstand the extreme weapon. However, I need to consume too much of my soul. Perhaps after resisting the extreme weapon, I won't be able to use those divine powers anymore. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. The situation was actually so serious. However, he still had to resist the extreme weapon. He said, Senior, give it your all. I hope you can help save the human race. Of course. You must lock the last trace of your soul. Even if you don't use any divine powers, just your greater success divine body and pure physical strength will be enough. Don't worry, I know this. I will definitely hold on until the end. I can sense a few powerful auras rushing over. The 9 Sun Sword Saint Soul said, Don't worry, the human race won't be destroyed. The foundation of the human race is not something the 10,000 ancient races can imagine. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the nine-sun sword saint had sensed something. However, he didn't sense it, and the nine-sun sword saint didn't say in detail. Could it be that other human saints were rushing over? But what was the use of more saints rushing over? He didn't know, and now he couldn't think about these things. He had to quickly deal with the extreme weapon in the sky. Senior, start. Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light erupted from his body. Rune precepts floated out from his body. You still want to resist? Die for me. In the distance, more than 10 saints roared and formed hand seals. Above, the 10,000 dragons' picture trembled, and a giant dragon flew out from it. It carried an extreme emperor's aura and charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to be killed in one move? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In the next moment, he would use the nine-sun sword technique. Between heaven and earth, terrifying rays of light turned into numerous sword lights that slashed towards the giant dragon. Pooh! After the sword fell, the giant dragon was cut into 2 halves and disappeared into thin air. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of an extreme weapon. How was this possible? Chapter 2875. The pupils of the 10 saints constricted. The humans were also stunned. Lin Xian had actually blocked the attack of an extreme grade weapon. It was too unbelievable. He definitely had a divine body at the greater success stage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block it. The sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. The saints of the human race had solemn expressions. It was just an aura just now. Although they had blocked it, they were not happy. This was because the true power of the 10,000 dragons portrait was definitely not limited to this. The 10 saints' expressions were gloomy. He blocked it. This guy was too powerful. If they used it again, they had to shatter his body. They definitely could not let such a body survive in the human world. The other party's body was too terrifying. It was like an indestructible god of war. It made them suspect that the other party had a divine body at the greater success stage. If such a divine body was left alive, it would be a huge threat to the 10,000 ancient races. Therefore, they wanted to use the power of the 10,000 dragons portrait to completely destroy the other party's body. So what if he had a divine body at the greater success stage? In front of an extreme grade weapon, everything would be reduced to ashes. Let's do it and kill him. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. At the same time, he told them to control their power and not to activate other extreme grade weapons. Understood. Behind him, the other primordial saints nodded. In the next moment, they formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies flew into the 10,000 dragons' portrait. The 10,000 dragons' portrait was completely revived. Endless dragon roars rang out, and the entire world trembled. The sky was filled with resplendent light, as if millions of stars were dancing in the sky. Roar! 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 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the entire world. At this moment, all the living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Ah! Lin Xian also roared angrily. An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body, connecting to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His body was incomparably resplendent, and mysterious laws surrounded him to resist the Emperor's might of the extreme grade weapon. How terrifying! His aura was still rising. Could it be that he had not used his full strength before? The saints of the human race were extremely shocked. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. The other party's aura was too terrifying. It surpassed that of an ordinary saint and could even contend with an extreme grade weapon. Was this the divine body at the greater success stage? It was indeed terrifying. The saints of the Yi family were also shocked. Their family once had a saint body at the great accomplishment level. That was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Thinking about it, a divine body at the great accomplishment level should be similar. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Tao patterns filled the air. The aura of the 10,000 dragons picture hung down and pierced through the void. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. It was as if the 9-sun sword saint had been reborn. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world trembled. The laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths danced in the air. The aura of the myriad dragons diagram was actually unable to harm him. Beside him, the 9 young divine flames were obliterated. Within Lin Xian's body, a similar dragon roar resounded. It was the voice of the great dragon's sword soul. At this moment, he was like a great emperor, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared around him. The human sect masters and the saints were shocked. In the distance, the 10,000 ancient races experts felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Despair. This caused them to feel a sense of despair. If it weren't for the myriad dragons portrait, they wouldn't have stood a chance at all. The human race actually had such a great powerhouse. Even the 10 primordial saints who had cast the spell gasped. Buzz! Lin Xian opened his eyes. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying aura. The sword qi on his body swept through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the world apart. The world trembled as all the energy was blocked by him. A terrifying sword intent soared into the sky as if an immortal sword was about to descend. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the living beings sensed it. The beasts prostrated, and the humans also trembled as they raised their heads. What happened? What a terrifying aura. Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Some of the older generation experts screamed. Not only Eastern wilderness, but Middle Ground, Western Desert, and the entire true spirit world sensed it. This aura was simply too powerful. It was as if a great emperor had come back to life. How terrifying! Which great powerhouse had come back to life? The human cultivators were incomparably excited. The beings of the 10,000 ancient races prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it! There was actually someone who could contend against the myriad dragons diagram. How was this possible? The expressions of the elders of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Chilin Cave, and the other ancient royal families also changed drastically. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the 9 heavens. They wanted to see who it was. I am Lin Xian of the Central Emperor. I will suppress everything and quell the chaos. His majestic voice resounded throughout the world. At this moment, everyone's scalps exploded. Lin Xian, it was actually Lin Xian. Heavens, this was impossible. Wasn't he a prodigy of the younger generation? How could he contend against an extreme weapon? Damn it, there must be a shocking change. Hurry up and investigate. Exclamations sounded one after another. The human cultivators were extremely surprised. They all set up array formations, wanting to observe from afar. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were frantically searching. All kinds of lights flickered between heaven and earth. All eyes were focused on the jade pool. Was that golden figure really Lin Xian? Through the array formation, they saw a golden figure in the distance under the myriad dragons diagram. He stood there like a peerless god of war. Under his feet, countless living beings submitted, and above his head was a terrifying extreme weapon, the myriad dragons diagram. At this moment, the other party was fearless under the myriad dragons diagram's emperor's might. Damn it, impossible! How could that kid emit such a terrifying power? He had already surpassed a sage. The powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races were shocked, especially the elders of the ancient royal family. Their faces were filled with shock. 9 young divine body. Greater mastery 9 young divine body. Not good. We must kill him. These ancient royal family elders were experienced and knowledgeable. They recognized at a glance that it was the legendary Nine Yang, divine body. Moreover, it had been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can resist us? Although we can't fully activate the myriad dragons diagram. Just a trace of its power is enough to kill you." The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He controlled the myriad dragons diagram, and strands of peerless killing intent descended. Terrifying emperors might spread in all directions. The 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed at this moment. Today, I want to see just how powerful the legendary extreme Dao weapon is. Lin Xian let out a long roar and stretched out his palm. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky as it grabbed forward. He was going to take the imperial weapon with his bare hands. Boom! The golden palm collided with the myriad dragons diagram, and the aura that hung down let out a shocking sound. At this moment, the terrifying existences that were sleeping in the 10,000 ancient races were all awakened. They opened their eyes and their auras erupted. Wisps of divine, red pierced through heaven and earth. They wanted to see this battle clearly. Chapter 2876. Boom! 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 The extreme weapons of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the Jade Pool trembled again as if they were about to awaken. There was nothing he could do about it. This attack was simply too terrifying. Countless living beings bowed in the direction of the Jade Pool. At this moment, they felt their bodies stiffen, and they couldn't move at all. The blood in their bodies froze, and their souls felt like they were about to explode. Dazzling light flashed as Lin Xian retreated, breaking through the void. He only stopped after retreating hundreds of thousands of miles. Was he pushed back? The sages on the human side exclaimed and hurriedly looked over. The Yi family head, Queen Mother of the West, and a few other top sacred lords also looked forward. On the other side, the sages of the primeval race and the top primeval kings were also watching with rapt attention. That kid should have been beaten up, right? That's for sure. He dared to fight against an extreme weapon. He must be courting death. Just wait. He will definitely destroy the divine relic. The primeval saints sneered. They were very confident in their extreme weapons, even though they had only used a little of their power. However, no one was able to resist it. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. That was because the aura of the golden figure in front of them didn't weaken, and the light didn't disappear. In fact, not even a drop of blood flowed out. Damn it, he's not injured. How is this possible? The primeval saints were dumbfounded, and the primeval kings were about to faint from fright. At this moment, the experts who were watching the Jade Pool were all stunned. Someone had actually blocked an extreme weapon with his bare hands, and he wasn't injured. He really blocked an imperial weapon with his bare hands. The sages on the human side were also shocked. The Queen Mother of the West, Yi family head, and the others were even more shocked. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were all stunned. In myths and legends, such a situation would only appear in the records of the primeval emperors. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to do it. The greater mastery of the 9 Yang divine body, Yi Wudao clenched his fists. He had to cultivate a greater mastery sacred body. Then he might be able to block an imperial weapon with his bare hands. He had to reach the peak of the martial Dao. At this moment, Yi Wudao's battle intent surged. The other young geniuses were the same. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived in front of Qi Nan from a few 100,000 li away. His eyes were bright, and the sword Qi on his body hummed as he looked at the 10 figures in the sky. Was this the power of an imperial armament? That was all there was to it. Today, I'll take this myriad dragon's portrait with my bare hands. Lin Xian's voice reverberated throughout the 8 desolates, causing the human martial artist's blood to boil. The archaic creatures, on the other hand, were all horrified. Catching a monarch weapon barehandedly, just how bold were these words? Furthermore, he had really done it. Shouldn't the human race be exterminated? Kill him, I must kill him. On the other hand, the primeval saints were filled with killing intent. The other party was too terrifying. Although it wasn't a true resurrection of a great success divine body, it was still controlled by Lin Xian and had unparalleled divine might. If such a thing existed, it would be a great threat to them. They had to kill it. Once again, he increased the power of the myriad dragons diagram. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared angrily. The other sages also had cold expressions on their faces. At this moment, the power of the myriad dragons portrait erupted once again. Terrifying emperors' might filled the air, reaching the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the living beings in the entire world submitted. Great Tao fell from the sky like a waterfall, hanging upside down in the 9 heavens. Not good. The myriad dragon's portrait is about to erupt again. The human sages were terrified. The extreme Tao weapon was too powerful. That attack just now was just a casual attack, and it didn't activate the true power of the myriad dragon's portrait. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would sink under the full-strength attack of the extreme Tao weapon. Was it that terrifying? Wouldn't Brother Xian be in danger? Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous when they heard this. Don't worry, they wouldn't do that. Firstly, the extreme Tao weapon was the weapon of a great emperor. No matter how powerful a sage was, he couldn't fully activate it. It was already heaven-defying to be able to unleash a portion of its power. Moreover, they didn't dare to use the extreme Tao weapon too much, because that kind of emperor's might would trigger the other extreme Tao weapons to awaken. As long as it exceeded a certain level of power, the West Emperor Tower would awaken. At that time, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, the Void Mirror, and other extreme Tao weapons would also awaken. As for the human race, we would completely activate our foundation. This was probably something that the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to see. Hearing this, Morong Qingqiang, Shen Jingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still extremely nervous. This was because a wisp of the myriad dragon's portrait's aura could kill a sage. It was already very heaven-defying for Lin Xian to be able to fight barehanded. Kill! Lin Xian held a golden battle sword in his hand and charged into the 9 heavens. He took the initiative to fight with the myriad dragon's portrait. He was courting death. The 10 sages roared and activated the myriad dragon's portrait again, launching a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything turned into chaos. No one could see this battle clearly. However, everyone could feel an extremely terrifying energy surging between heaven and earth. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire world. Boom! 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 18 sounds of destruction rang out in a row. The entire world was enveloped by a resplendent light. Everyone couldn't open their eyes. Those sages wanted to forcefully watch the battle, but in the next moment they screamed miserably. Their eyes bled, and they rolled on the ground in pain. It was too terrifying. Even the sages couldn't watch it. Humph, an extreme Tao weapon is powerful, but it's not something ants like you can use. If you want to kill me, revive your ancient emperor. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You've gone too far. These were the voices of the ancient sages. Although the crowd couldn't see the battle situation, just hearing the voices was enough to scare them out of their wits. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian has the upper hand? Heavens, the 10 great sages' extreme Tao weapons are actually unable to do anything to him? This is too unbelievable. Roar! Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by countless screams. The sky was blood-red, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. A saint had been blown apart. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, causing one's scalp to go numb. After a few screams, the light in the sky quickly retreated like the tide. How's the battle going? Seeing that the light was no longer so resplendent, All the sages looked in the direction of the jade pool again. In the next moment, they were scared out of their wits. These sages were extremely terrifying existences in the world, but at this moment they were dumbfounded. In the void, the myriad dragon's portrait emitted a resplendent light, and a golden figure stood between heaven and earth. The auras of the two collided, tearing apart countless cracks. As for the ancient sages, they were in a miserable state. Blood stained the void, and their bodies were shattered. Although they weren't killed, they were in an extremely sorry state. Defeated, the 10,000 ancient races were actually defeated. Chapter 2877. This was too unbelievable. This was probably a major event that would shock the entire world. Everyone was horrified. The 10,000 ancient races shrieked in disbelief. The humans were extremely excited. Great, Lin Xian actually caught an apex weapon with his bare hands. This kid was too heaven-defying. Cheers sounded one after another, and hope was restored in their eyes. An apex weapon? It was indeed powerful. However, you can't hurt me with just your strength. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll slaughter your entire ancient army. Lin Xian's body emitted a biting cold-killing intent that surged forward. This caused countless archaic creatures to tremble in fear. Even the archaic kings were filled with despair. Under the other party's power, they had no way of resisting at all. The ancient sages were so angry that they vomited blood. Their bodies reassembled, but their expressions were incomparably ugly. To be honest, their minds were still blank because they could not accept that someone could catch an apex weapon with his bare hands. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Perhaps only the ancient emperors could do it. However, how heaven-defying was such a person? It could be said that one wouldn't appear for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that this kid really had the might of an ancient emperor? Dear heavens, if the other party was allowed to continue growing, the 10,000 ancient races would truly be finished if another emperor lord was born. Why were they still not convinced? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a 9-sun sword flew out, instantly splitting one of the sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons apart. That sage screamed and retreated in fear. The other sages also trembled and contacted the 10,000 dragons diagram for protection. Damn it, kill him! We must kill him. We must activate the 10,000 dragons diagram at all costs and launch a shocking attack. Even if we have to sink the entire eastern wilderness, we must kill him. The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The other party was actually suppressing them so powerfully. This was intolerable. The other sages' eyes were also bloodshot. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then sublimate to the extreme. Let's fight to the death. Lin Xian took a step forward, and his aura erupted. He was like an ancient, great emperor, suppressing the 8 desolates, causing the 10,000 ancient races to tremble. If he used the 10,000 dragons diagram at full power, he might not be able to withstand it. However, he was not afraid because he knew that there were several extreme weapons in the eastern wilderness. As long as the other party wanted to sink the eastern wasteland regardless of the cost, the few extreme weapons of the human race would be revived. At that time, the human race would be able to activate their foundation. Don't act rashly. The saints of Divine Phoenix Ridge and Fire Chilin Cave also tried to persuade him. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. He said, "Why don't you take out your Divine Phoenix Ridge's extreme Dao weapon, as well as your Fire Chilin Cave's extreme Dao weapon? With our 3 extreme Dao monarch weapons attacking, I don't believe we can't kill him." Upon hearing this, the human experts were extremely shocked. Were they going to use 3 extreme weapons? Perhaps no one would be able to resist it. No, the Western Yellow Pagoda would probably automatically awaken once the 2 extreme grade weapons appeared. The Saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge still shook his head. They had too many concerns. Damn it, the humans in the past were just like that. they could easily crush them to death. But now, they wanted to attack the humans, but they actually had so many concerns. They didn't even dare to go all out. Thinking about it, they felt really aggrieved. Lin Xian sneered. Why? You don't dare to make a move? If that's the case, take your people and scram. Scram back to your nest. If you dare to take another step into the human city, I'll directly kill you. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. He didn't back down at all. He was now the guardian of the human race. He had to use a strong stance to repel the 10,000 ancient races in order to ensure the safety of the human race. Buzz, kid, you're too arrogant. On the Jade Lake's side, the 10 primordial saints didn't say anything. However, a cold and dignified voice sounded from extremely far away. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart and the great Tao descended. A figure soared into the sky. A terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Another saint had awakened. Sensing the extremely powerful saint might and laws in the sky, everyone exclaimed. Needless to say, this was a saint of the 10,000 ancient races. Whoosh whoosh. After the first saint, a few more figures soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the Jade Lake. Soon, 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of their auras was powerful. They were even more terrifying than the primordial saints from before. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake were terrified. Lin Xian also frowned. The situation wasn't good. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were using their trump cards again. Indeed, Lin Xian discovered that the 8 figures that came this time were very strange. Their bodies still existed in the deity crystals. In other words, these 8 saints hadn't come out of the deity crystals. However, the auras on their bodies were incomparably terrifying. Their gazes were extremely cold. They were like divine swords that emitted such terrifying power without coming out. Once they came out, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Needless to say, these people were extremely terrifying existences. In the saint realm, they were extremely terrifying. As expected, facing the 8 saints in the deity crystals, the 10 primordial saints quickly bowed. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more terrified. These 8 were definitely extremely terrifying patriarchs. Kid, do you really think you can contend against the primordial race? Today, we'll let you know the true power of an extreme weapon. The 8 patriarchs snorted coldly. Their auras also erupted. This time, the 10,000 dragons picture spun once again. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire world. Not good. The human cultivators had originally seen hope, but now they were in despair. The 10,000 ancient races' trump cards were simply too powerful. Lin Xian also frowned. Just now, he had used too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul to receive the Emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Now, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul was extremely weak. Would he be able to withstand this attack? He didn't know, but no matter what, he had to resist. What? Do you think the human race doesn't have anyone? Just as Lin Xian was about to fight to the death, a voice also came from the distant sky. The sky flickered with golden light, quickly covering the entire sky. The 10,000 dragons' picture shook, and a terrifying dragon aura surged. It turned into a huge dragon that danced, resisting the golden light. In an instant, the 2 sides were evenly matched. What's going on? Is this kid playing tricks? They stared at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian also had a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that the human race's extreme weapon had awakened? The primordial saints and the 8 primordial patriarchs all had ugly expressions. If that was really the case, then things would be terrible. The Jade Lake sacred ground, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, and the other saints were also puzzled. What a terrifying aura! It wasn't weaker than an extreme weapon. Chapter 2878. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron? The Void Mirror? Or the Dragon Wending Cauldron? But that wasn't it. They sensed that it wasn't an extreme weapon they were familiar with. Could it be that there was an unknown extreme weapon in the world? Everyone cried out in alarm. The human race had regained hope. Lin Xian also turned his head to look into the distance because he heard the nine-sun sword saint say, "It's here. It's finally here." What was it? Lin Xian didn't know. Could it be that the foundation of the human race had appeared? He remembered that the nine-sun sword saint had said that the foundation of the human race was beyond the imagination of the 10,000 ancient races. Perhaps that unknown foundation had appeared now. Golden light covered the sky. The 9 heavens and 10 earths also urged the aura of the great emperor to resist the 10,000 dragon diagram. From within the golden light, a figure descended. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw this figure. The human race cultivators were also puzzled. Who was this person? Was this old man unfamiliar? They had never seen him before. However, Li Xuanxian and the others cried out in alarm. "Greetings, old palace master." What? Could it be that he was the previous palace master of a mortal palace? Heavens, the palace master of a mortal palace was actually a saint? They cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also shocked. That's right, the old man who had come was none other than Xiajiu. "Who are you?" The Archean saint of the Fire Qilin cave shouted coldly. "Xiajiu," the old man said indifferently. Never heard of him." The Archean saints snorted coldly. The sacred leaders and sect masters were also puzzled. However, the 7 saints of the human race changed their expressions. They thought of a person and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, it couldn't really be him, right? It was very likely that other than him, who else had such means to block the 10,000 dragon diagram? The saints quickly conversed, and the sacred leaders felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that this old man had a great background? Xia Juyo said in a deep voice, 10,000 ancient races, you've gone too far. Could it be that you want to start another dark upheaval? I advise you to leave quickly and don't cause trouble. Xia Juyo's voice wasn't loud, but there was an unquestionable warning in his tone. Leave quickly? Just you? You can also say such things to me. The saint from the Fire Qilin cave sneered. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge Qilin hand and grabbed downwards. He wanted to slap Xiajiu to death. Upon seeing the scene, everyone became nervous. However, Lin Xian's gaze remained calm. He knew that Xiajiu was a saint. They should be able to deal with the current situation. As expected, Xiajiu sighed. Boom! The Qilin's big hand exploded in midair, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was incomparably miserable as his entire arm turned into nothingness. What? The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The humans also felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He knew that Xiajiu was powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. To be able to injure a primordial saint with a single sigh, this method was too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that he isn't any weaker than a large Success 9 Yang divine body? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the gazes of all the experts in the true spirit world gathered on Xiaoyu, wanting to see through him. Damn it, how dare you injure me? The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was furious. The flames on his body surged into the sky as he wanted to attack again. However, he was stopped by a primordial saint. The primordial saint's body was hidden in a divine crystal, but his eyes pierced through the void and stared at Xiajiu. Who are you? I've said it before, I'm Xiajiu. I advise you to quickly retreat and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you think you can resist the entire 10,000 ancient races by yourself? You overestimate yourself. Our primordial royal race has revived to rule this land. You humans should move aside. The primordial saint was very powerful. They were even stronger than the primordial saints. Attack! In the next moment, They roared and activated the 10,000 dragons diagram together. The 10,000 dragons diagram rumbled and transformed into 10,000 dragons that rushed in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. Not good. Could it be that they were going to use an apocalyptic attack? If that was the case, the eastern wilderness would fall, and all of them would be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. Xiajiao was still fearless in the face of such a scene. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and golden light filled the sky. It quickly wrapped around the 10,000 dragons picture, forming a painting. Immediately, the light of the 10,000 dragons diagram was blocked. Damn it, he actually resisted the 10,000 dragons diagram. How was this possible? The 8 primordial saints and the 10 primordial saints were terrified. What was that thing? Laws appeared in their eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, an ancestral saint screamed, "The investiture of the gods! It's the investiture of the gods! Where did you get this thing? What investiture of the gods?" The primordial saints and human cultivators were confused, but the expressions of the human saints changed drastically. The eyelids of the western desert's eminent monks twitched. Could it really be that thing? They were shocked. Xia Juyo said indifferently, "I got it from the Spirit Mountain. Do you still want to attack?" The Spirit Mountain was indeed there. The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple were shocked and chanted Amitabha. The others were puzzled. "Master, what was that thing?" "Yes. Was the investiture of the gods very powerful?" The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple said in a deep voice. The investiture of the gods was a treasure personally refined by Adarch. It was used to seal powerful enemies. What? This was a treasure refined by Adarch? Wasn't that an extreme weapon? Everyone was shocked. No wonder it could resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. Was it Donghua Adarch? The saints were shocked. The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple nodded. Yes, it was Donghua Adarch. Donghua Adarch had refined the investiture of the gods and sealed a peerless enemy in the Spirit Mountain. After countless years, that powerful enemy had probably turned into ashes. However, the investiture of the gods had been passed down. However, that was an Adarch weapon. No one could touch it. They didn't expect that Xiajiao would use it to resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. This Xiajiao was really terrifying. His strength definitely far surpassed that of a saint. Yes, he could actually use the investiture of the gods. This strength was heaven-defying. Donghua Adarch. The human cultivators discussed animatedly. There weren't many legends about this Adarch, so they didn't know much about him. They knew about Celestial Emperor Yi, the Void Emperor, and the others. However, the Yi family's saints said that Donghua Adarch was very terrifying. His might shook the world, and he cared about the common people. When the Yi family's Celestial Emperor was young, he received the teachings of Donghua Adarch. That was why he could become a Celestial Emperor. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Even Celestial Emperor Yi received the inheritance of Donghua Adarch? This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying existence. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was rumored that he had already ascended to immortality. Such a brilliant figure was actually a disciple of Donghua the Great. One could only imagine how terrifying Donghua the Great was. Chapter 2879. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The primordial sages gritted their teeth. The 8 ancestral patriarchs sneered. "Do you think we can't do anything just because you blocked the 10,000 dragons portrait? Do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself?" They exuded a cold aura. "Attack! Kill them! Kill all the human powerhouses in the Jade Pool. I want to destroy the human race." Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, "Old Xia do it." Although the other party had 8 ancestral patriarchs, with his and Xiajia's strength and the 7 saints, they should be able to fight against them. "No hurry. Seeing Xia Jiuyou smile, Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that someone else is coming? Indeed, not long after, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Riding a sword and riding the wind, I'll eliminate the demons between heaven and earth. All demons submit to me, Zhujiangxian. His voice sounded extremely carefree and at ease. Everyone was shocked. It was probably another peerless powerhouse that had descended. On the human side, the saints were stunned. Lin Xian also widened his eyes. Could it be? He trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone with a cold light. In the jade pool, the dark red divine dragon also muttered softly, "No way, is that guy here? Damn it, if it's really him, I have to make him return my dragon essence." The dark red divine dragon's eyes were also red. He thought of someone. Lin Xian soared into the sky. "Wine Lord, is that you?" Whoosh! A sword light streaked across the void, and an immortal sword bloomed. On the immortal sword, a man in a long robe was half lying in the void. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and his eyes were a little drunk. "Little guy, well done." The man shook the wine gourd and said with a smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was stubble on his face. He looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were like stars. Everyone knew that this was a super powerhouse. However, what shocked everyone even more was that this super expert was actually related to Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is really, they were shocked beyond belief. Xia Jiuyou, who had just come out, was Immortal Palace's old palace master, while Lin Xian was the current palace master. There was no need to talk about their relationship. This new Zhujiangxian seemed to be very powerful. Moreover, it seemed to be related to Lin Xian. Just who was this Lin Xian? All of a sudden, they began to speculate about Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people thought. At this moment, he only had Wine Lord in his eyes. He was extremely excited. "Wine Lord, is it really you? That's great. I thought I would never see you again. How could that be?" Wine Lord laughed. "As I said before, when you grow up, we will fight side by side." As he spoke, he threw the gourd over. "Try it. This is my newly brewed spirit wine." Lin Xian took it and drank 3 mouthfuls. Then he said, "Awesome. Wine Lord, let's fight side by side." Tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed from his body. Although he could no longer use the power of laws after resisting the extreme weapon, the power of his great success divine body was enough to suppress everything. On the other side, the primordial saints and ancestors had gloomy expressions. In the blink of an eye, the other party had sent 2 super powerhouses. This was truly beyond their expectations. However, a primordial ancestor from the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. It was just 2 powerhouses. How could they contend against them? The 8 primordial elders were powerful, and they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Who said that there were only 2 of them? Wine Lord drank and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll use your blood to brew a pot of good wine later." His eyes lit up, courting death. The primordial saints and ancestors were furious. The other party actually wanted to use their blood? They were overestimating themselves. Wishful thinking. At the same time, they were shocked. Could it be that more human powerhouses had arrived? Why were there so many human powerhouses? One had to know that the saints of the extreme Tao sacred grounds were suppressed by the myriad dragon's portrait. Could it be that those saints had also awakened? "Patriarch, what should we do?" The saints asked. "Investiture of the gods." The primordial ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. If not for the investiture of the gods, they could have used the myriad king's portrait to kill the other party. But now, their 10,000 dragons' portrait was sealed. Damn it. Let's see what they're capable of. An ancestor walked out. This was the ancestor of the Southern Sea crocodile god race. He was extremely terrifying. He transformed into a gigantic crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long. He blotted out the sky and the sun as he pressed down. His power of laws could directly obliterate a saint. It was too terrifying. The cultivators of the Jade Lake were terrified. These primordial ancestors were truly terrifying. The ancestor of the Southern Sea crocodile god race charged towards Wine Lord in the sky. Die for me! Terrifying might surged outwards, forming a divine spear that pierced forward. His attack could kill a saint. Facing such a terrifying attack, Wine Lord was still lying lazily on the flying sword. He glanced indifferently and then waved his finger. Buzz! Circles of black runes flew out from his hand and flickered in the sky. Then they suddenly expanded and turned into a black hole that spread forward like an abyssal beast that was devouring everything. With a boom, the terrifying divine ability was devoured. Not only that, but the Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestor also screamed in fear. Damn it, get lost! He realized that the black hole had also enveloped him. A mere spatial power was not worth a single attack. The Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestor sneered. His huge body swayed, crushing the void. However, he could not escape from the black runes. The runes in the sky completely enveloped him. Devour! Wine Lord whispered as endless black runes flickered. The Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestors screamed in fear. Damn it, my power! How dare you absorb my power? He screamed crazily and wanted to break free. However, he could not break free at all. This scene shocked everyone. Who was the other party? He was too terrifying to be able to subdue a primordial ancestor so easily. Boom! The void in the sky split open as a divine light tore through the 9 heavens. The primordial ancestor charged out, but his face was pale and his body was trembling with anger. In that instant, a lot of his power had been sucked away. The devouring sword. Damn it! You have the devouring sword. The Southern Sea crocodile god race's ancestors screamed in fear. The others were also shocked. What? The devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world? Damn it! Damn it! The primordial saints and primordial ancestors' expressions changed. The devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, was as famous as the dragon sword soul. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. It could devour everything in the world. No one expected that not long after the dragon sword soul appeared, another peerless divine sword, the devouring sword, also appeared. Chapter 2880. The 5 swords of the world had been a legend for too long, and it had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the chaos caused by the 10,000 ancient races would cause the great dragon sword and the devouring sword to appear together? Don't act rashly. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. The ancestral patriarch of the Southern Sea crocodile god race snorted and retreated with a gloomy expression. He did not expect the other party to have the devouring sword. It was not good for him to attack again. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. He had been careless just now. He was not afraid of the other party. So what if it was the devouring sword? He would use his divine power to destroy the other party's body. Let's use the second extreme weapon. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. All right. The ancestral patriarch of the divine phoenix ridge nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. There was no other way. The current situation was beyond their expectations. The 10,000 dragons' portrait was blocked, and the other party had 2 super experts. In addition, Lin Xian had given them a headache. If they did not use the extreme weapon now, they would probably have to retreat. Retreat? How could they be willing to do that? They had planned for so long and used all their strength to kill the human race. If they retreated now, wouldn't they be mocked? Moreover, 8 ancestral patriarchs had come this time. As long as they controlled it carefully, they should not alarm the other extreme weapons. Since they had already decided, the female saint of the divine phoenix ridge let out a long roar. The image of a phoenix rushed out from her body and covered the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire world began to shake. A rumbling sound came from the divine phoenix ridge in the distance. A ray of light streaked across the 9 heavens, bringing with it an invincible radiance as it flew towards the jade pool. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. The countless living beings below trembled. Some even cracked and turned into a bloody mist. An extreme weapon. This was an extreme emperor's aura. Another extreme grade weapon had been born. Everyone in the world was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races trembled with excitement. On the other hand, the humans were filled with despair. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, the 7 sages, Lin Xian, and the others also had solemn expressions. Xia Juyo's eyes flickered, but Wine Lord was still indifferent. The extreme weapon tore through the void and instantly arrived above the jade pool. A terrifying emperor's aura of emperor's aura. The 1,000 Dragons dragon portrait was also Lord Emperor's list divine Phoenix Ridge. However, it was still the 1,000 Dragons dragon portrait. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they could still restrain the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Otherwise, they would be facing 2 extreme weapons. Now that there was one more, if Lin Xian still had his previous strength, he might be able to take on the monarch weapon with his bare hands. Of course, of God. There was still 1,000 humans of God, however. They of 1,000 of them. In the sky, endless rays of light turned into a phoenix divine spirit, and thousands of rays of light fell down. Each of them transformed into a terrifying great Tao that interweaved in the sky. Phoenix Bell, an extreme weapon of the divine Phoenix Ridge. At this moment, being activated by the old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge, it emitted a clear and melodious sound. Boom! The 100,000 mountain peaks suddenly exploded, and millions of lands instantly sank, turning into darkness. It was too terrifying. Just a trace of the extreme weapon's might was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Nothing could withstand it. Inside the jade pool sacred ground, the sect masters and saints trembled. Facing the extreme weapon, they were once again unable to breathe. They could not resist at all. Outside, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body glowed, and golden chains surrounded him. He used his powerful physique to resist the Emperor's might. An endless black hole appeared beside Wine Lord, quickly devouring the terrifying energy. Xia Juyo stood there without moving. His eyes seemed to have turned into 2 universes. A terrifying power also surged from his body. Phoenix Bell. If it was activated by an emperor, we really wouldn't be able to resist it. But now you can't do anything to me. Today I'll take it with my bare hands. Xia Juyo stood out. Although his face was old, he was like a mountain standing in the void. You want to take on an emperor's weapon with your bare hands? What a joke! Die for me! The divine Phoenix Ridge's patriarch laughed sinisterly and struck out with a shocking attack. The Phoenix Bell spun in the sky, carrying hundreds of millions of great Daos. A wisp of light turned into the phantom of a phoenix, covering the sky and earth as it attacked Xia Juyo. The sky was filled with divine flames. The phoenix was born from the flames and could burn everything. Xia Juyo shouted coldly. His robes fluttered. He reached out with both hands, and 2 stars quickly formed in his palms. In the end, they enlarged into 2 universes and charged forward. Boom! Boom! The 2 palms carried the universe and collided with the phoenix that was reborn from the flames. There was a rumbling sound, and the sky collapsed. Large black cracks danced wildly in the sky, and all the void collapsed. It was as if the world had been reversed. Monstrous flames spread in all directions, and darkness appeared in the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to have been replaced. All kinds of strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. All the primordial kings, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a chill in their hearts. This method was too heaven-defying. After the attack, the dark stars in the sky disappeared, and the terrifying phoenix flames also disappeared. The sky became clear again. Xiajuyo stood there and retracted his palms. He was unharmed. The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. On the side of the human race, they also exclaimed, catching an emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Heavens, another person caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, the power of the emperor weapon this time was even more terrifying. It was too terrifying. He was definitely a super sage. Why didn't they know that there was such a powerhouse in the human race before? Moreover, he was a living sage. He wasn't sealed in a god crystal. Everyone cried out in alarm. They saw hope again. The primordial saints' faces were gloomy, and the primordial ancestors of the divine Phoenix Ridge had a ferocious expression. Damn it, he blocked it. The other party really blocked his attack. How was this possible? Damn it, who was the other party? The patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. Don't fight him head-on. He's probably an old monster who has lived for countless years. His strength is heaven-defying. Let's hurry up and use the Phoenix Bell and the 10,000 dragons diagram to send the investiture of the gods flying. Then we'll gather the 2 emperor weapons and kill them. They definitely won't be able to resist. All right, the 8 patriarchs and 10 primordial saints moved together. Clang! The Phoenix Bell emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Phoenix phantoms crisscrossed the sky. Together with the 10,000 dragons diagram, they quickly bombarded the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods lowered countless great daos to seal everything. But no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 2 emperor weapons. In an instant, the investiture of the gods trembled as if it was about to fall from the sky. Not good, it's dangerous. The Queen Mother and the others were terrified. If the investiture of the gods fell, the power of the 2 emperor weapons would be enough to destroy them in an instant. West Emperor Tower, hurry up and revive. The Queen Mother and the other powerhouses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground communicated with the West Emperor Tower. However, they couldn't revive it in a short period of time. This made them even more anxious and uneasy. On the other hand, the primordial royals were extremely excited. This is great. 2 extreme-grade weapons. The human race is dead for sure. Chapter 2881. With a boom, the investiture of the gods was finally pushed back. The 10,000 dragons diagram flashed again, and 10,000 dragons rushed into the clouds. They tore through the void, forming a terrifying crack. At this moment, all the human cultivators in the quintessential world knelt on the ground, their faces full of despair. They had broken free. The 2 emperor weapons were going to work together to kill them. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram released its extreme emperor aura, and the Phoenix Bell spun continuously. The 2 were going to work together to kill Lin Xian, Xiajuyo, and Wine Lord. Lin Xian roared and used his greater success divine body, preparing to fight to the death. At this moment, there was a loud explosion in the eastern wilderness. Then a golden pillar of light shot into the clouds and spread continuously. The terrifying emperor aura appeared again, suppressing the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the 10,000 ancient races trembled, their scalps going numb. Apex weapon. Another apex weapon had been born. Damn it, it was the human race's extreme weapon. They felt like their bodies were about to explode. This was definitely not an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. The pressure on the human side was greatly reduced. At the same time, they were shocked. Another emperor weapon had appeared. Yi Wudao, the Yi family patriarch, and the Yi family sage exclaimed. The celestial emperor cauldron. It was the heaven and earth cauldron. Had the Yi family's celestial emperor cauldron awakened? The other sages, the Queen Mother, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sect leaders all widened their eyes. How could the Celestial Emperor Cauldron awaken? One had to know that the West Emperor Tower had yet to awaken. How could the Celestial Emperor Cauldron awaken? Could it have broken the seal of the 10,000 dragons diagram? Impossible. How could the Celestial Emperor Cauldron awaken? On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient sages and ancestral elders also screamed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had used two extreme weapons, they were still careful not to alert any of them. Not to mention the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Even the West Emperor Tower, which was so close to them, had not awakened. Not to mention the Celestial Emperor Cauldron even further away. Damn it, what had happened? Could it be that the Yi family cultivators had forcefully awakened the Celestial Emperor Cauldron? But how did those people do it? All of a sudden, all the ancient experts were stunned. Xia Juyo and Wine Lord smiled. Lin Xian was astonished. It seemed that Xia Juyo and Wine Lord weren't the only ones on the human clan side. The cauldron of the Celestial Emperor flew out from the Yi family and floated above the 9 heavens, emanating the aura of the Great Path. Hum below the heaven and earth peak, a figure walked over quickly, making him look like a god. What's going on? Someone had really activated the Celestial Darch Cauldron. Who was it? Was it the saint of the Yi clan? The elites of the 10,000 ancient races stared at the figure. Below, the Yi family cultivators and the other Holy Lands cultivators all turned their heads and looked over. That was especially true of the saint of the Yi clan, Leaf Daodenier and Yangqi. They didn't know who that person was. Whoosh! The Celestial Emperor's cauldron arrived near the Jade Pool in an instant. It intersected with the investiture of the gods, resisting the myriad dragon's portrait and the phoenix bell. What's wrong? Are you trying to bully us humans because we don't have an imperial weapon? The person's voice was ice cold. It was a majestic figure with a head of white hair. He was very eye-catching. However, although his hair was white, he didn't look old. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked to be in his 30s. Of course, they wouldn't be fooled by appearances. This should be an expert who had lived for countless years. The other party's aura was too terrifying and strange. It was completely different from the golden path above. It was pitch black like ink, like a demonic cloud that shrouded him. This scene was too strange. It was unbelievable that a demonic figure could control the radiant and holy Celestial Emperor's cauldron. Even the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Wu Dao, and the other elites of the Yi clan were stunned. Who was this person? He wasn't a saint of the Yi clan. How could he control their Celestial Emperor's cauldron? Could it be that the other party had forcefully taken their Celestial Emperor's cauldron? But how was that possible? The Celestial Emperor's cauldron was an extreme weapon. Who could take it? Apart from the elites of the Yi clan, no one could use it. Thus, in an instant, the Yi family's experts were all stunned. When the elites and saints of the other sacred grounds learned about this, they were also stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on. Lin Xian was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like an elite of the Yi clan. The Yi clan's cultivation technique was very obvious and special. It was golden. After all, the Yi clan had the bloodline of an emperor. Although they only had one saint body, the cultivation techniques of others were the same. They were all cultivation techniques of the emperor race. However, the person in front of him was completely different. His entire body was pitch black like ink. This was a demonic cultivation technique. Looking at the other party's demonic aura, Lin Xian suspected that the great demon of Blackwood Cliff had been resurrected. Damn it, he couldn't be from the demon race, right? For a moment, Lin Xian suspected that the demon race had stolen the supreme weapon and was here to kill the human race. However, judging from the other party's tone and appearance, he seemed to be on the side of the human race. Therefore, he was stunned for a moment. Xia Juyo and Lord Alcohol's lips curled up. You're finally here. Who are you? In front, Fire Qilin Cave's old ancestor shouted coldly. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Damn it! Why was the human race's side so strange? Every time at the critical moment, a powerhouse would jump out. Furthermore, the other party brought an extreme weapon. This extreme weapon, they were also incomparably familiar with it. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extremely terrifying extreme weapon left behind by Heavenly Emperor Yi. I am the Demon Master. You ancient ants actually dare to threaten the human race. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting death? The Demon Master was even more insolent, not putting these 10,000 ancient races in his eyes at all. Even facing the ancient saints and ancient ancestors, he still suppressed them with an extremely domineering attitude. Ants, we are ants. The Archean kings were all stupefied. The ancient powerhouses and saints were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, really too damn it. The other party actually didn't put them in his eyes, courting death. Those saints and old ancestors erupted with extremely terrifying power. The imperial weapons above their heads flickered with incomparable light. However, this new demon master was still not afraid. He similarly snorted coldly and raised his palm. Endless demonic energy formed a large black hand, directly grabbing the Celestial Emperor Cauldron and smashing it forward. Under this attack, heaven fell and earth split. As if it was going to destroy the world, endless cracks appeared, making these ancient saints and old ancestors all change their expressions. Damn it! Quickly block it. They activated the two monarch weapons as if they had gone mad, forming countless great Tao laws that enveloped them and the supreme ancient army below. Otherwise, this attack would have been more than enough to reduce everyone to ashes. After this attack, the mountains and rivers shattered, and blood flowed into rivers. Chapter 2882. The primordial saints and primordial ancestors also felt their blood boil. A few of them were even injured. Their faces were abnormally gloomy. Damn it, was the other party crazy? He actually used an extreme weapon like this. Could it be that he really wanted to destroy this world? The people on the Jade Lake side also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it! Was he here to save the human race or to destroy the world? Their bodies trembled. The person in front of them was too powerful. He was both good and evil. Although he came for the human race, his methods were abnormally arrogant. It was as if he didn't have any scruples. Even if they destroyed this world, he wouldn't care. Such a method not only terrified the human race, but also the 10,000 ancient races, because such a person had no scruples. If they really fought, the 10,000 ancient races would probably suffer great losses. Damn it! Hurry up and stop the investiture of the gods. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron definitely couldn't let them use their extreme weapons again. The Patriarch of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons roared. The Patriarch of the Fire Chilin Cave also shouted coldly. If it really didn't work, they would use their extreme weapons. They also planned to use their third extreme weapon. There was no rush. Let's seal their extreme weapons first. We'll fight them. They have fewer people. We don't believe that they can contend against us. The 8 primordial ancestors quickly communicated. Indeed, the other party had a terrifying figure, but they had a lot of saints on their side. If they attacked together, they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Fuck, this is too shameless, isn't it? Below, the dark red dragon and the others gritted their teeth. The white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. Attack? You're courting death. You ants aren't enough to fight in front of me. He was too arrogant. The primordial ancestors were so angry that they vomited blood crazily. The white-haired demon lord shouted coldly. With my demonic blood, I'll kill my way up to the 9 heavens. Whoever wants to attack, just come. Do you think we'll fight you one-on-one? The 8 patriarchs walked up. The 10 primordial saints did the same. A terrifying power surged out, completely enveloping Xiao Luyu and the others. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light surged from his body. Lord Ju used the devouring sword and surrounded him. Xiaojio was like a god of the universe, and this kind of demon lord was even more terrifying. The demon chi surged as if it wanted to overturn the entire world. Who dares to stand with me? Right at this moment, another biting cold voice sounded from the sky. Then a figure descended, trampling all over the place. My saber can't wait any longer and wants to drink the saint's blood. Wild laughter rang out as a blue figure turned into a saber light, splitting the void. It had appeared. The human experts had appeared again. Below, the human warriors exclaimed. In this short period of time, there were too many surprises for them. First, the white-haired demon lord appeared and used the celestial Dharch cauldron. Then, two more terrifying figures appeared. Not only that, but they were also very powerful. A third powerful figure had also arrived. As soon as she appeared, countless forests appeared in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the injured people in the fairy lake were instantly healed. Heavens, how miraculous! My injuries have actually recovered. Who was this person? She was a life-type saint. The others cried out in alarm as they felt an abundance of power. Lin Xian felt that the power in his body had also recovered. In fact, even the soul of the Nine Suns' divine body had become slightly stronger. This made him happy, but he couldn't care less now. His eyes were fixed on the figures in front of him. Among them, a powerful figure descended, trampling all over the place. "Father, is that you?" Lin Xian shouted. He realized that he was too familiar with this figure. It was his father, Lin Zhan. What? When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were all stunned. Father? Among these figures, Lin Xian's father was actually among them. It can't be. Lin Xian actually has such a great background. His father was an incomparably terrifying saint. The experts of the human race were all stunned. The people on the 10,000 ancient races' side were even more terrified. This kid was too strange. He was powerful, and he knew Xiaojio, Wine Lord, and this new expert. A total of 6 figures had appeared, and 3 of them were related to this kid. Damn it! This kid's future achievements were probably limitless. They had to think of a way to get rid of him. The primordial saints glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The imposing figure turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Xian, you've really grown up. You can take care of yourself now." "Father." Lin Xian walked up excitedly, his eyes red. Lin Zhan smiled. Now wasn't the time to talk. After defeating the 10,000 ancient races, let's have a good drink. All right. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Let's work together and defeat these 10,000 ancient races. She was extremely excited. She didn't expect to see Wine Lord and her father here. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. Her father and Wine Lord seemed to know each other, and their relationship wasn't ordinary. What was going on? Her father was just an ordinary cultivator. Although he was powerful, that was only in the Tianwu domain. But now he had become someone of the indomitable great sage. And it seemed like he had been carrying out a secret mission with Wine Lord and the others. Lin Xian felt that his father and the others seemed to be preparing a shocking plan, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps this plan would affect the safety of the human race. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at the surroundings. His loud voice rang out. "I'm Lin Zhan. Who dares to stand against me? You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think you can go against us? Without an extreme weapon, the human race is nothing." On the opposite side, a figure walked up from the 8 ancestors. It was the ancestor of the Bai clan. The Bai clan was extremely powerful. They were from the primordial royal race, and they were known as the uncrowned kings. It was said that the Bai clan was known as the strongest royal race after the royal family. Therefore, at this moment, when their ancestor walked out, the humans all held their breaths. He was too powerful. He was definitely someone who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Yes, their bloodline power was said to be terrifying. Would that Lin Jian be able to block it? Now, the four extreme weapons from both sides were facing each other. They didn't use them. Instead, these sages were prepared to fight personally. Lin Jian looked at the other party and snorted. The Bai clan? Very well, let me see if your uncrowned kings are as powerful as the legends say. Lin Jian walked out in large strides. You will see it for yourself. However, the price you will pay is your life. The ancestor of the Bai clan also walked out. This ancestor's body emitted a silver glow. His entire body seemed to be made of silver, and he exuded a heavy aura. His physique was strong to an unparalleled extent. To be honest, my target isn't you. I'm targeting your kid. He has the 9-yang divine body. It's rumored that the 9-yang divine body has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. I really want to fight with him. But don't worry, after killing you and your son, I will let you and your son reunite in the netherworld. The ancestor of the Bai clan said coldly. In the next moment, runes appeared under his feet. Silver-white Dao runes also appeared on his body. Terrifying divine chains of order danced in the air. Accompanied by his fist, he punched forward. So powerful! The 7 human sages of the Jade Lake sacred ground had already flown up to assist Serio, the demon ancestor, and the others. However, at this moment, when they felt this punch, their expressions changed, and they retreated frantically. They didn't dare to take it head-on. They had no choice. Before the punch arrived, just the aura brought by the laws had already caused their bodies to split open. This punch would definitely be able to kill them instantly. In the field, the demon ancestor, Xiajuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also moved and flew into the sky. They watched the battle silently. They weren't very nervous. Lin Xian was a little nervous. Although he knew that his father was very powerful, the Bai clan was even more terrifying. Chapter 2883. Feeling the power of this punch, Lin Jian snorted coldly. His eyes shone brightly. An aura that could suppress the surroundings surged from his body. A loud roar shook the heavens and earth. Lin Jian also waved his fist. His fist didn't have a resplendent glow. It was simple and unadorned. He pushed it forward just like that. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The silver runes in the sky split open. That terrifying silver fist was torn into pieces. Silver-white blood danced in the sky, piercing through the void. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and groaned. He was injured. The old ancestor of the Bai clan was actually injured. How is this possible? The other primordial saints and the other 7 ancient ancestors were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was the Bai clan. Their physique was extremely strong, and they were known as the uncrowned king. It was even rumored that they weren't weaker than the 3 royal families. Such a terrifying physique. But now he was actually injured by a single punch. Damn it! Who exactly was this man in front of them? Impossible! The primordial kings below screamed miserably. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and stabilized his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He was actually injured in the battle with the other party. The humans were also dumbfounded. The 7 saints, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the others were extremely shocked. They had seen the powerful Bai clan in the records. But now, Lin Jian injured him with a single punch. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Father is so powerful. He's actually not weaker than my phenomenal success divine body. Indeed, he realized that the power that Lin Jian displayed now was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond his imagination. What exactly had his father experienced all these years? Or was his father a super expert to begin with? Lin Xian didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before. It was also extremely mysterious. Could it be that his father had endless secrets on him? In front, Lin Jian retracted his fist. His cold voice sounded. Bai clan, you're not my match. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you." The silver ancestor was furious. Earlier, he didn't think too highly of the other party, so he didn't use his full strength in that punch, resulting in him suffering a loss. At this moment, he was going to use all of his strength to kill him. He wanted to use the other party's blood to wash away his humiliation. 1,000 hands of silver. With a roar, silver laws danced in the air. This time, the power he used was many times stronger than before. That was because his killing intent had been aroused. He had to kill the other party. In front of him, silver divine chains intertwined with each other. Terrifying silver laws danced as if gods and demons had appeared between heaven and earth. Ka. The silver ancestor's body continued to grow. Not only that, silver arms appeared on his back. It was extremely terrifying. There were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 silver arms danced in the air like demons. Terrifying saintly aura filled the sky. Kill! With a furious roar, 1,000 arms burst forth at the same time, bringing along divine chains of laws that filled the sky, suppressing forward. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The experts on the human side were terrified. The primordial king of the Bayin clan laughed sinisterly. 1,000 hands of silver. Our ancestor is angry. Humans, just wait for your death. I'll let you know our strength. This was the ultimate technique of the Bayin clan. With 1,000 hands, it could kill the primordial ancestors of the other clans. It could be said to be extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the middle-aged man on the other side could block it. Fine, I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Jian also took a step forward. Light erupted from his body, spewing out a domineering aura. At this moment, he was as powerful as an ancient overlord. He was extremely powerful. Tyrant fist of the heavens. With a punch, he suppressed heaven and earth and destroyed all the laws in the world. He wanted to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying aura. The bodies of the primordial saints trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt that just this aura alone was enough to crush them. Damn it. Who exactly was the other party? Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It had an unparalleled domineering aura and was very difficult to cultivate. This person could actually cultivate it to such an extent. Damn it, he was definitely a super strong expert. They were extremely terrified. As expected, once the Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was unleashed, it had an unparalleled domineering aura that swept through the surroundings. They fought fiercely against 1,000 silver hands. The two of them fought, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They fought from here all the way to the outer realm. With a loud bang, the void above the 9 heavens split open. A huge crack was like a divine sword that split the entire world into 2. At the next moment, silver blood splattered. The 1,000 silver barks were blasted apart. The patriarch of the Bayin clan also fell from the outer realm. He was extremely miserable. He roared angrily and his body reassembled. However, it was once again shattered by Lin Jian's punch. What? The patriarch of the Bayin clan was actually defeated. How was this possible? Wasn't the other party too powerful? Who exactly was the other party? How could Lin Xian's father be so terrifying? Could it be that the other party was also a mysterious expert from a terrifying clan? They were all stunned. Lin Jian landed. His clothes fluttered, and his domineering aura was still as domineering as before. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Step back, I'll attack. Another patriarch walked out. His figure was like a demon king, and he had a terrifying aura. The pair of golden wings behind his back covered the sky. He was from the Heavenly Rock clan. This was a very ferocious clan among the ancient royal clans, the Heavenly Rock clan. It was said that this clan had once challenged dragons and even succeeded in slaying them. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they weren't any weaker than the Bayin clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch, walked out. "I'll fight you." He could tell that Lin Jon was very powerful, but he wasn't afraid. The Heavenly Rock clan was very powerful. They could definitely kill the other party. Lin Jon's eyes were piercingly cold. "Come at me then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, before he attacked, the white-haired demon lord floated out. "Leave this battle to me." "All right then." Seeing the white-haired demon lord, Lin Jon nodded and stepped back. He stood with his hands behind his back. "A mere heavenly rock. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel at my feet and become my slave. I can spare your life." The white-haired demon lord was even more domineering and arrogant. He didn't put the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch in his eyes at all. "You're courting death." The Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch was enraged. He roared angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and his golden wings covered the sky. They transformed into two heavenly blades that slashed over with the great Tao. "You want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself." The demon lord's white hair fluttered. He was like a god-fiend as he walked forward. He punched out, and demonic aura surged from his body. This fist transformed into 6 black holes that seemed to want to devour everything. Chapter 2884. What kind of fist technique was this? It was so terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races and the ancient ancestors were shocked. It was as if they were about to be annihilated by the 6 worlds. The expression of the Tianpeng race's ancestor also changed. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so profound. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only wave his 2 golden wings crazily, transforming them into 2 heavenly blades that carried the great Tao as they descended. He wanted to shatter the other party's fist with one strike. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. 6 dark black worlds enveloped the golden wings. In the sky, the laws collided and the great Tao interweaved, forming a scene of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 black worlds spun rapidly, forming a terrifying force that tore apart the golden wings. Blood dyed the sky red as the golden wings were split in half. The Tianpeng race's saint was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. "Damn it! How is this possible? How is it impossible? Die!" The white-haired demon lord's figure flickered as he waved his fist again, bringing along the 6 worlds as he charged over. Damn it, the Tianpeng's extreme speed. The pupils of the Tianpeng race's ancestor constricted. The other party's fist technique was too powerful. Even the golden wings that he was so proud of were cut off. If it were to hit him, it would probably tear him to pieces. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After succeeding in one strike, he continued to chase after him. The Tianpeng's movement technique was extremely fast. Even the saints couldn't see it clearly. They could only see a blurry light. However, the demon lord sneered. The 6 black worlds instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world. "No matter how fast you are, can you escape my reincarnation? Kill." The 6 black worlds continued to expand, forming 6 skies that covered the entire world. It was as if their true spirit world was connected to 6 incomparably mysterious worlds. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Sure enough, the Tianpeng race's ancestor couldn't escape the 6 worlds at all. In the next moment, he was torn apart by the 6 mysterious forces, and his body was torn apart. Ah! The Tianpeng race's ancestor screamed crazily as his body reformed in the distance. However, he was soon shattered again. One world after another descended, causing the Tianpeng race's ancestor to scream again and again. Damn it, this is impossible. The ancient sages were terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races screamed. The immemorial king of the sky rock race knelt on the ground, his eyes bleeding. They were about to go crazy. Their ancestor had been defeated so miserably and was even about to be killed. They couldn't believe it. The humans were also stunned. They were too powerful. These new human experts were each more powerful than the last. Previously, Lin Zhan's tyrant firmament fist had already shocked them, indomitable and domineering. But now they realized that this white-haired demon lord was even more terrifying. When he punched out, it was as if he had created 6 real worlds. Even the Sky Rock's ancestor, who was so powerful, had been killed several times. If not for the saint's blood rebirth, Patriarch Tianpeng would have been killed long ago. Even so, they were still terrified. What kind of fist technique was this? This was too terrifying. Leaf Daudenier and the clan leader of the Yi clan looked on in shock. The saint of the Yi clan let out a shriek. 6 Das Reincarnation Fist. This is my Yi clan's peerless fist technique. How did he know it? What? 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This is the 6 Das Reincarnation Fist? The other sacred leaders and sect leaders were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The 6 Das Reincarnation Fist was extremely terrifying. It was a secret technique of the Yi clan that wasn't passed down to outsiders. It was a top divine ability. Leaf Daudenier had cultivated this technique before and could use it against someone in the same level as him. Not many people could contend against it. And now, the white-haired demon lord actually knew how to use the Yi clan's divine fist. What was going on? Damn it! What was his relationship with the Yi clan? Previously, the other party could directly use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Now he even used the Yi clan's 6 Das Reincarnation Fist. He couldn't be from the Yi clan, right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Could it be that this was really the case? They looked at the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan and Leaf Daudenier were confused. The saint of the Yi clan was indeed shocked. Was it really him? Could it really be him? Ancestor, what was going on? The clan leader of the Yi clan asked in a deep voice. Although he was the clan leader, he had only been in power for 1,000 years. He didn't know about things that happened a long time ago. This saint was different. He obviously knew more. Leaf Daudenier was even more shocked. Looking at the expression of their ancestor, could it be that the white-haired demon lord was really from the Yi clan? Heavens! How could someone from the Yi clan become a demon? Perhaps it really was that person, but it was impossible. It was rumored that he had already fallen. How could he appear again? The Yi clan saint's expression was incomparably solemn. This made everyone even more curious. What was the identity of this white-haired demon lord? What was his relationship with the Yi clan? However, this wasn't important anymore. That was because a loud sound had attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, 6 world of reincarnation mercilessly crushed, killing the Heavenly Rock ancestor 6 times. The Heavenly Rock ancestor went crazy. A golden halberd rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Only then did he escape. This halberd was an unparalleled sacred weapon. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock ancestor used it to carve out a bloody path. After coming out, his body trembled. His face was filled with fear, shock, anger, and humiliation. He had his body shattered 6 times. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt that it was a great humiliation. However, he didn't dare to attack again because the other party was too terrifying. Those 6 black holes were like real worlds. He couldn't break them at all. If he attacked again, he was afraid that he would shatter even more. He might even be killed by the other party. What heavenly rock? It was only SOO. Obediently become my mount. The demon lord was very domineering. He strode over as if he was about to attack again. You're courting death. The heavenly rock ancestor was furious. Although the other party was powerful, the other party kept saying that he wanted to take him as a flying mount. How could he endure this? In the next moment, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and directly slashed out. This golden halberd was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an extremely terrifying saint of the Heavenly Rock clan. At this moment, a golden light shot into the clouds. cutting the entire sky open. Clang! However, it was sent flying by the white-haired demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist. Damn it! Everyone attack together and kill them! The heavenly rock ancestor roared crazily. He wasn't a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but they had more people on their side. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other primordial saints and ancient ancestors couldn't help but attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The demon lord let out a long roar. Terrifying demonic energy covered the 9 heavens, forming 3,000 demonic shadows in the sky. I am the demon lord. I shall laugh at the world. A terrifying voice resounded. The 3,000 demonic shadows accompanied the demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist and charged out together. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Jian also took a step forward and executed the tyrant fist of the heavens. On the other side, Xiajiao had sublimated to the extreme. The aura on his body was piercingly cold as he struck out 2 universes. Lin Xian didn't use any laws, but the power of a greater success divine body was incomparable. He directly entered close combat and killed his way into the primordial saints, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the Saber Saint's long saber was incomparable. The elf girl struck out laws that filled the sky, helping the human saints recover. She controlled a world and provided a powerful vitality. In an instant, the holy war erupted. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go to the outer realm. The primordial saints roared angrily. The demon lord's black hair fluttered. A black dragon roared beneath his feet, bringing him directly into the sky. These saint-level experts had all fought their way to the outer realm. A great battle erupted, and heaven and earth erupted. Below, the experts of the 10,000 ancient races and the human race trembled. They looked up at the sky. The sky was flickering, and large cracks would erupt from time to time. Chapter 2885. It's too scary. Will we be able to withstand it? The human race will definitely be able to withstand it. Damn it. Patriarch, do your best. Kill them all. The 10,000 ancient races and the human race's martial artists were extremely nervous. Suddenly, a sea of fire exploded in the distance. It was as if millions of fire cheelants were rushing through the sky, tearing through the void and charging toward Jade Lake. Not good. The Cheelan spear. Damn it. It's an extreme weapon. The human martial artists on Jade Lake's side screamed in fear. Their faces were pale as they fell to the ground. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders' bodies were torn apart. The Empress of the West and the others were even more shocked. Not good. Those sages are in danger. They realized that after the Cheelan spear appeared, it didn't attack Jade Lake, the investiture of the gods, or the celestial Darch Cauldron. Instead, it charged toward the outer realm. If one of those primeval sages controlled an extreme Tao weapon, no matter how strong Lin Xian, the archdevil ancestor, and the others were, they would still die. Damn it. Despicable. The dark red divine dragon and the others cursed. But there was nothing they could do. Just the Emperor's aura alone was enough to make them unable to move. As expected, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the outer realm. The void was torn apart, and sage blood floated down from the sky. It was obvious that a sage was injured. Ha 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 ha. Humans die. The primordial sages let out an arrogant roar. Thousands of rays of light flashed, turning into countless fire cheelants. The Cheelan spear was an extreme weapon. It was an extremely powerful weapon. It was extremely terrifying. Now that it was controlled by the primordial sages, it could destroy gods and Buddhas. It was incomparable. No one could stop it. Damn it. I'm going to slaughter all of the 10,000 ancient races and turn them into rivers of blood. The demon ancestor's cold voice sounded in the sky. Killing intent surged in the sky as countless demonic shadows swept across. Not good. Stop him. The Cheelan spear's power pierced through all the demonic shadows. The demons were also forced back. Lin Xian fought back, but he was also forced back. He had no choice. In the past, he could take on emperor weapons with his bare hands. But now, in the outer realm, the Qilin spear's power was too strong. It was so strong that they were shocked. Fortunately, they were in the outer realm. Otherwise, the eastern wilderness would have lost countless territories. 1. In the void, an endless black hole was formed. The devouring sword devoured everything, swallowing most of the energy. The demon lord used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of the 6 worlds destroyed everything. Lin Xian's phenomenal success, divine body, blasted out in all directions. No, this can't go on. Lin Zhan also frowned. Xiaozhou's eyes lit up as he shouted coldly. His aged white hair started to turn black, and his aged face also started to turn younger. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lower 9 Nether's eyes erupted with a piercingly cold light, and a large hand reached down. Lend me the West Emperor Pagoda. The sky-covering hand passed through the Jade Pool's array formation and grabbed the West Emperor Pagoda. Then it rose from the ground. With a loud boom, it was as if a 10,000 zhang tall mountain had been uprooted. The West Emperor Pagoda was uprooted and flew into the sky. In the next moment, it erupted with an unparalleled Emperor's aura. The West Emperor Pagoda had awakened. The Queen Mother of the West and the saints of the Jade Lake sacred ground were shocked. What kind of method was this? Someone had borrowed their imperial armament in a domineering manner. They recognized that it was Xia Zhuyou's voice. This Elder Ming was too terrifying. He was definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. They were pressed to the ground. Their bodies cracked, and their blood dyed the ground red. Above the 9 heavens, the primordial saints were also shocked. Damn it, how did he do it? Imperial armaments were the exclusive weapons of Thearchs. They could suppress an area. Only the descendants of Thearchs and sacred grounds could use them. Others couldn't get close at all. Even saints couldn't. But now, the old man in front of them had directly borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda from the Jade Pool sacred ground. What kind of method was this? Damn it! He had already brought the investiture of the gods. Now he had borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda. How did he do it? The primordial saints roared crazily. They frantically activated the Qilin spear. However, at this moment, the human race had the West Emperor Pagoda. With lower 9 Nether's activation, the Qilin spear was directly sent flying. Explode! The demon lord also roared as his body descended from the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of the celestial emperor cauldron and struck out with his palm. Demonic chi surged from his body. Buzz! The celestial emperor cauldron hummed as it continued to expand, about to crush the entire world. A terrifying extreme Tao emperor's aura erupted, blasting in all directions. Not good, he's crazy, quickly block it. The primordial saints also rushed down from the outer realm, controlling the 10,000 dragons diagram and the phoenix bell to block it. With a boom, the extreme Tao emperor's aura collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and countless stars in the outer realm. And this impact caused all the seals in the entire true spirit world to be broken. In the next moment, the endless void above the Gu family flickered. Then an ancient mirror shattered the void and appeared in the world with a powerful emperor's aura. The void mirror appeared. In the Yaoguang sacred ground, a dragon's roar sounded. A black cauldron with dragon patterns appeared, also suppressing an area. In the Tao East sacred ground, a Tao diagram flickered, also incomparably mysterious. In the Grand Xia Empire, a golden divine sword transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. This was the Great Xia Empire's extreme Tao Emperor's weapon. The Jili painting also flew out. In the western desert, in the myriad Buddha temple, a Kasaya bloomed in the sky, directly enveloping the entire western desert, forming the strongest defense. This was also an emperor weapon. One after another, extreme Tao weapons appeared, and a terrifying extreme Tao aura suppressed heaven and earth. The entire true spirit world was trembling, and countless cracks appeared. At this moment, all the living beings of the sacred grounds and sects prostrated on the ground. Some directly fainted from the shock. Not good. The Demon Emperor of the Northern Plains Demon Emperor Palace also appeared, suppressing an area to prevent it from collapsing. Yen Ryu frowned. There was an extremely terrifying power in her body that was being suppressed by her. Otherwise, she would definitely soar into the sky and fight against these extreme Tao weapons. Damn it, it's awakened, it's all awakened. How could this be? The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Chilin Cave, and the 3 royal families, as well as the endless ancient royal families, all opened their eyes and roared. They didn't expect that in the end, the human race's extreme Tao weapons would awaken. Next, the foundation of the human race, the sleeping saints, would be awakened. If they forcefully started the dark turmoil, it would be an endless period of darkness. The various races would be destroyed, blood would flow into rivers, and corpses would form mountains. It wasn't certain who would win in the end. This wasn't what they wanted to see. They wanted to use extremely tyrannical methods to destroy the human race as quickly as possible. However, this plan failed. What should they do? The Archean patriarchs and powerful sages quickly conversed. They had to think of a countermeasure. On the human race's side, the frozen saints of the sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. When they sensed all of this, they let out crazy roars. Figures appeared in the sky, one after another. Damn it, who dares to attack the human race? They were really crazy. In the next moment, the world was in chaos. Terrifying energy currents wreaked havoc in all directions. Those weak cultivators were like ants, mercilessly crushed. If they wanted to fight, so be it. At most, they would sink the entire world. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were also furious. Boom! In the endless void, 2 extreme Tao weapons soared into the sky. It was obvious that the royal families of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened again. More and more extreme Tao weapons appeared in the world. Although they didn't clash, just their auras made the entire world shake. Chapter 2886. It's over. Is this the end of the world? Those people were terrified. The people of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground, trembling, because they realized that even if they had terrifying extreme weapons and the ancient royal family, it was still useless, because the humans also had them. Moreover, once the extreme weapons collided, the entire world would be destroyed. Who cared if they were royalty or royal family? They couldn't exist at all. I'm afraid that only those with imperial armaments would be able to survive. Therefore, these ancient creatures were all lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Humans, do you really want to fight to the death? The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. How laughable. You want to start a dark chaos and massacre the human race, but you don't want us to resist? Lin Xian sneered. Was the other party crazy? What kind of logic was this? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan's body was also full of fighting spirit, carrying an incomparable, domineering aura. The demon lord was even more direct. What nonsense was there to talk about? Let's see our true moves with the imperial weapons. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me in terms of the use of imperial weapons. The celestial emperor cauldron above his head was as if the celestial emperor had been reborn. He was unbelievably powerful. Xia Juyo's expression was solemn. The stars in his eyes flickered. To be honest, we don't want to use the imperial weapons unless we have no other choice. But you ancient races are really going too far. Do you really think that the human race has no one? Using the extreme weapons is a warning to you. It's a warning to you that the human race is not someone you can bully and crush as you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, The ancient saints and ancestors opposite them gritted their teeth in anger, their bodies trembling. Before they fell into a deep slumber, the human race was just a small ant. But now they could actually threaten them. Moreover, they couldn't fight back at all. This kind of depressing feeling was unbearable for the 10,000 ancient races who thought that they were high and mighty like gods. Damn it, let's fight it out. I don't believe that they can win against us. That's right, our foundation and strength are far from what these humans can imagine. Fire Chilin Cave and Divine Phoenix Ridge. Two ancient monarchs roared crazily. They were too aggrieved. The two imperial weapons in the distance also floated up and down. Similarly, a few terrifying figures appeared in the void. Laws danced around their bodies, making them hazy, making it impossible for others to see them clearly. What kind of race was this? However, at this moment, one of the figures in the distance spoke. No, the human race had developed to its current level. Over the past tens of thousands of years, several great emperors had emerged, leaving behind their orthodoxies and supreme weapons. You're still no weaker than us primeval theocrats. That's right. If we really fight, both sides will suffer, and we won't be able to gain any advantage. That's not what we want. What we want is just resources and territory for cultivation. We don't want other races to go extinct. Hearing this, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons fell silent. Indeed, although they were angry, they knew that if they really fought, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most of the 10,000 ancient races would be destroyed, and only a few of the royal families would survive. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the imperial family would be able to survive. More importantly, their dragon-crowned prince had just been born. If he suffered any losses in this battle, they would not be able to recover even if they died 10,000 times. Hence, the nest of 10,000 dragons had already decided not to make a move. At the very least, they could not erupt into a battle with supreme weapons. In addition, the Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Spirit Cave, and the other primeval theocrats were the same. They also had princes and princesses. If they were really killed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Negotiate. In the end, an ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons spoke in a deep voice. You humans have occupied too much land and resources. The 10,000 ancient races must take back some of them. Yes, that's right. No one will use supreme weapons, but you must give us resources and land. We must control this world together. The saint of the Fire Chilin Cave also said that. The saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also snorted coldly. The eyes of the other 10,000 ancient races were red and fiery. Indeed, although they couldn't start a war, they had to take back the resources. They definitely couldn't let the humans take advantage of them. Hearing that the primeval theocrats wanted to negotiate, the jade pool cultivators below were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect the primeval theocrats to retreat. Those from the Yi family, Gu family, Dao Yi Holy Land, and the others who had supreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Great, there was no need to start a war. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the dark turmoil had been stopped. Xia Jirio's eyes flickered, and he revealed a smile. Only the demon lord snorted coldly, looking very unhappy. To be honest, Lin Xian and the others were really worried. They were afraid that the demon lord would directly use the celestial emperor cauldron and kill his way over. If that happened, there would be no possibility of negotiation at all. However, although the demon lord's actions were evil and unpredictable, he was incomparably arrogant. However, this time he didn't make a move. In that case, let's go to the jade pool, Xia Jiyo said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the West Emperor Pagoda in his hand quickly descended and returned to the jade pool, suppressing the jade pool. It emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The Gu family, Great Xia, and Dao Yi Holy Land also withdrew their supreme weapons. On the other side, The nest of 10,000 dragons and the other primeval theocrats also withdrew their supreme weapons. In the sky, the Emperor's aura slowly dissipated. The living beings below all heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. They were saved, because just now their fates were all in the hands of those people above. If these people had fought with their supreme weapons, none of them would have been able to survive. This made them feel like they had survived a disaster. Only the Yi family had a strange expression because their celestial emperor cauldron was still in the hands of the other party. Facing this terrifying white-haired demon lord, they didn't dare to speak at all. If the other party killed them without saying a word, they probably wouldn't have anywhere to cry. However, if they couldn't get the celestial emperor cauldron back, how could they be willing? One had to know that this was a supreme weapon. It was their lifeblood. They would never lose it. For a moment, the Yi family's patriarch and the others frowned. Many elders even secretly wanted to activate the sleeping saints to snatch it by force. However, among them, a few living fossils shook their heads. They rose into the air, and one of them even said excitedly with a trembling voice, "Are you Lord Seven? What's going on?" As soon as these words came out, the people of the Yi family were dumbfounded. The cultivators of the other holy lands were also shocked. Those archaic creatures also frowned. A powerful Yi family saint was actually so respectful to the white-haired demon lord? Chapter 2887. But why did the other party cultivate the demonic path? They couldn't understand. They were very curious, and all of their eyes were looking forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. The white-hair fiend ancestor snorted and turned to look at the other party. "What seventh master? You've got the wrong person." With a wave of his hand, the celestial emperor cauldron flew out and entered the Yi family. Seeing this scene, the Yi family patriarch and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the celestial emperor cauldron had returned. However, this made them even more puzzled. Was the person in front of them really not from the Yi family? But why did the other party know the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? Why could the other party use the celestial emperor cauldron directly? On the other hand, the saint of the Yi family was extremely excited. "It's him, it must be him." He roared crazily in his heart because his guess was right. The other party must be that person. However, the other party probably wouldn't admit it. But it didn't matter as long as he knew that the other party was still alive. Seeing the other party's impatient expression, the Yi family saint hurriedly turned around and left. He knew this person's temper. If the other party was really angry, he would probably chop him up. Who was the patriarch? The invincible kings of the Yi family asked one after another. However, the saint shook his head. He would talk about this matter after returning to the family. Indeed, there were too many people now, and it wasn't suitable to talk about these things. The others originally wanted to hear some secrets of the Yi family, but now it seemed impossible. But soon they put away their thoughts. Because above, Xiajiao, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and other peerless experts descended from the sky and entered the jade pool. The Queen Mother and the jade pool saints hurriedly opened the array formation and made a path. They welcomed them with the highest standards. They had no choice. These were all saints, and among the saints, they were extremely terrifying existences. They couldn't be offended. After landing, Xiajiao and the others looked up at the sky. Lin Xian also sneered. He looked at the primordial saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons and sneered. "Why? Don't you dare to come down. If you don't dare to come down, then go back. There's no need to negotiate. Scram back to your nest and don't come out again. Kid, you're courting death." The primordial saints were so angry that they coughed up blood. Among them, primordial ancestor Gu snorted coldly. They quickly descended, bringing with them the laws that filled the sky, and arrived at the Jade Lake. In an instant, the martial artists of the Jade Lake felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Fortunately, the West Emperor Pagoda had already awakened at this time, and an endless emperor's aura was released. blocking the terrifying aura of these sages. Only then did they manage to protect Jade Lake. Otherwise, all the warriors in the Jade Lake would turn into blood mist and cease to exist. How terrifying! Was this the power of a supreme saint? Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others were shocked beyond words. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, Dustless, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were too strong, although they thought that they were the geniuses of the younger generation. They didn't have any power to resist in front of these primeval sages. A single glance from the other party was enough to kill them instantly. He really hoped that one day he would be able to fight with such a person. They were envious. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian had fought with such an existence before? Heavens, this is too scary. The Queen Mother of the West opened the West Emperor Palace. It was an ancient palace with a peerless array formation and endless Tao inscriptions. It was used to receive the sages. Usually, it wouldn't be opened, but now that so many human sages and primeval sages had descended, she had no choice but to open the West Emperor Palace. Soon, Xiajuyo, the Demon Lord, Lin Zhan, and the others were invited in. The sages and primeval kings of the 10,000 Archean races also walked in. Lin Xian was also among them. He had fused with the greater success divine body and could be said to be extremely powerful. Naturally, he could also enter the West Emperor Pagoda. The others couldn't enter. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others couldn't do anything. They could only wait outside. The other martial artists of the human race were the same. Outside, the endless primeval army was also very nervous. No one knew what the outcome of this discussion would be. No one knew how much resources and land the human race would give up. However, if they gave up a bit, these people would bleed. Damn it, they really wanted to go in. The dark, red, divine dragon outside was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, there was nothing it could do. There were endless Tao inscriptions in front of it. Those were the laws of the sage level. Those below the sage level couldn't detect them. After 2 days, everyone's expression changed. This was because they heard angry roars coming from the West Emperor Palace. There were humans and primeval races. It couldn't be, right? Were the negotiations going to fall apart? They were terrified. It seemed that the negotiations between the two sides were not harmonious. In fact, there was even a roar. There was no choice. There were only so many top-tier resources and spirit veins, other than those forbidden lands that couldn't be entered. The other places were occupied by the human race. How could they give them to the primeval races? In particular, those top-tier spirit veins and resources would definitely be the focus of the two sides. It was easy to understand why such a voice was heard. However, these people were trembling. If these people fell apart and another battle broke out, wouldn't the dark turmoil start again? Everyone waited outside for 7 days and 7 nights. Suddenly, the door of the West Emperor Pagoda opened, and the primeval sages walked out like fiend gods. Their faces were gloomy, and their killing intent was monstrous. It was obvious that the discussion was very unpleasant. After coming out, they soared into the air, tore through the void, and arrived outside. Then Xia Juyo, the Fiend Master, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and the others also walked out. They also had grave expressions. The faces of the saints of the sacred grounds and major sects were also ashen. It was obvious that the other party was asking for too much. Humans, do as we say. If you don't, we will start a dark upheaval. In the sky, the primeval sages' voices were cold. I will give you 7 days to consider. After 7 days, we will talk again. As they spoke, they led the primeval army and camped near the jade pool. Damn it, they were going too far. The saints of the sacred grounds and major sects gritted their teeth and roared. Indeed, the other party was too arrogant. Their conditions were really unacceptable. At most, they would fight with them. They would let them know that the human race was not to be bullied. Many people gritted their teeth. Xia Zhuyo, Lin Zhan, the Fiend Master, and the others frowned. The other party's conditions were indeed overboard, but it was impossible for them to fight. If they fought, the mountains and rivers would shatter, and they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Could it be that there was no other way? Lin Xian also frowned. To be honest, if he hadn't followed in and heard these conditions, Lin Xian wouldn't have known that the primeval races were actually so ambitious. There was no other way. Xia Juyo sighed. Although there was no extreme war, the primeval races still looked down on the human race in their hearts. Therefore, they would naturally ask for too much.